Well, this will be the last time I do this, I think, for a while. I am going on a trip, and we thought GTA 6 Trailer 3 waiting room, what better way to do it, or what better day to do it than the day that was leaked as the pre-order date. Now, many people have blamed Best Buy. It didn't seem like it was Best Buy. It seemed like it was a marketing company that actually released that campaign date. Now we're hearing that somebody internally at that company is trying to claim, oh, we got the date wrong. It was sent out in error. I have a very hard time believing they just accidentally sent out dates that lined up perfectly with the Take-Two earnings call. It read a little bit like damage control. That doesn't mean that the trailer's dropping today. I just think there was, at some level, an intended, planned campaign to promote pre-ordering GTA 6. We started to see pictures even last night on Sunday, essentially showing off like placards and stuff going up in other countries, sort of preparing for the day. And I dressed up for the occasion. This is actually because of a sponsored thing. We're still working with Into the AM, and they make really nice collared shirts. So I decided I was going to class up the joint. I was like, well, I better wear the shirt before I leave and go out of town. That way we're able to do that segment. I'll pull those up in a moment. So obviously the wait isn't just for GTA 6 Trailer 3. It's also for the pre-orders. Not that you really need to pre-order something that is coming out in 6 months, but, you know, people want to be a part of the moment. You know, people are obviously saying, oh, it'll be tomorrow. You know, they're going to do it right when you go out of town, which would certainly be my luck. But I do think there are going to be a lot of people looking today, tomorrow, and the day after. Essentially, are they going to kind of pull that ripcord and let this thing into the wild with respect to the new trailer? Hopefully maybe some GTA 6 gameplay at the very least. I think they want those pre-orders cooking going into the earnings call. Now, again, it could be today to get the share, you know, as soon as the stock market opens around 9 or 9:30 in the morning Eastern time. They could be dropping the trailer, let the shares kind of gain in value over the next 3 days, and then Strauss Zelnick gets to walk in and say, hey, we're having a great week. We're having really, really good preliminary pre-orders. You look like you're about to go golfing. Listen, golfers will probably like these shirts. They're stupid comfortable, like no wrinkles, like you could throw it in a bag, hang it up wherever you get. No need to like iron it or anything like that. Very, very comfortable. What day do you get back? We'll be back in time to start streaming again on Monday. So regularly scheduled program returns next week. I thought it would be absolutely idiotic to not stream today. It's like everybody is going to be sitting around waiting with bated breath to see if this thing finally happens. I mean, they are the ones, the company that leaked that date. I mean, they put all eyes on today. It was like as soon as that hit, I thought, and I kept saying couple of weeks ago, I said, I really feel like they're going to want to open up pre-orders and drop that trailer before the earnings call, because it just makes sense to me. I mean, Strauss Zelnick has gone to earnings calls before, and he has said, hey, we're very confident in the date. And every time he did that, the date moved. So I thought, he's doing these interviews as well. I don't know if you saw, he did another interview, which to me, again, spells the marketing's about to heat up. Strauss Zelnick's also doing a fireside chat 1 week after the earnings call. Fuzzy says, maybe you should use this show to record various reactions to different scenarios so Creature can stitch together a reaction video. Right? Like, pretend I'm watching the gameplay. Oh, the gameplay looks so incredible. Oh, look at that car going so fast. You know me and Mike, I love cars. Like, thank you, Malice One, by the way, for doing a Prime sub. I mean, we don't really have a goal. I do want to track anything you guys do, though, so thank you, Malice One, for doing your Prime. You guys went crazy last week. You did hit stretch, thanks to Silent Spartan. We need to start to share that burden each week and not just continue to trust in some of the crazy guys to go bonkers. But we did the doubleheader. Directive 8020 ended up being very disappointing. I think it's getting the reviews it's getting, and those are pretty deserved. Probably the worst Dark Pictures game that Madam and I have played. We've played so many, and we've always enjoyed them. The Man of Medan. We played all the way through The Quarry and Until Dawn, and there was at least a couple others that we played. There was one they were like stuck on a road, and it was all in some dude's head the whole time or something. Fuzzy with 54 months and a VIP. We're going to count it. Have a good trip. Appreciate you, Fuzzy. And it looks like Lego Legacy of the Dark Knights landing in an 84 Metacritic. I guess the reviews dropped today. People were asking for a Metacritic prediction. In my head, I was thinking like 86, 87. Just because you're going to have people that it just doesn't vibe with. There are going to be folks that just don't think it's, the game they wanted it to be. I think Lego games have always kind of struggled in that regard. How did the Lego Skywalker saga do? Let's see. I forget. Lego Skywalker Saga Metacritic, because I remember that was like the first like new take. That one got an 82. So, and I thought Lego Skywalker Saga was a good step in the right direction. Yo, it's good, Bumble. Thank you so much for 44 months. Let's add it to the total. Good morning, everybody. Welcome on in. Make sure you guys hit that like button. I agree. This one is not that good. I did enjoy all the other Dark Pictures games, though. If they would have just had you do one section of, like, the sneaking, maybe two, that would have been fine. The fourth time we had to do it, I was like, what the heck game did they make? It felt like a very cheap stealth game. Like, you can only sneak past these, like, people so many times before you're like, what am I playing here? Like, I would have just preferred at that moment just to press a button and be like, just show me the rest of the game as a movie, and just let me pick, do you trust this person or do you kill this person? Just let me do that for the rest of the game. Like, I didn't want to do any more gameplay, after that. You can't blame them for trying something new. What don't you like about Directive? Okay, so stream delay. You probably just heard me go through that. Yeah, those sections just really, really got annoying because I literally got caught because I just got impatient. I was like, I know he's going to walk back over there, and I could wait here for him to do that. I just didn't feel like it. I was like, it gets so old. Their pathing was blatantly obvious. So you're not scared. You're like, okay, he's going to walk here. He's going to go there. He's going to go left, come back right. Okay, so just follow him. Or in this case, he's going to go back over there, and when he does, I'll be able to run across. I just got annoyed. I was like, yeah, I'm done doing this. I'm done sneaking around. It's not that exciting. They tried switching up the formula, but it didn't work out well. They needed, I think, to do it once or twice, and that's it. Again, like the fourth time we had to do it, I was like, all right, enough's enough. And then she like lost her eye, and I was like, yeah, I mean, I kept perpetually getting caught, and I was able to stop the guy every time, or the girl, whoever it was. I was able to stop them every time. But then eventually I think it's like an automatic fail state. Like you either get the bridge to go across by sneaking or you get the bridge to go across by fighting. And when you fight, I think you probably lose your eye. Yo, it's good, Joker Quinn. 34 months. Yeah, I wanted to do an early start, Nick, just in case. I wanted to kind of get cooking in the algo, as it were. If in fact it does drop today. I didn't want to go live like right at 9. Well, knowing me, it would be like 9:05. And then if the trailer dropped like right then and there, I'd be like scrambling to switch, title and thumb. Because I have backup title and thumb ready. We'll just turn this into a reaction stream, obviously, if it goes live. I think they're playing damage control. The one company's trying to claim they got the date wrong. I'm like, what? Why did it take you this long to respond? Like, I don't know. It felt very weird. It was like you're just randomly now getting caught up on the fact that you lit the world on fire? And you're like, hey, yeah, that was a mistake internally. And I'm like, yeah, sure. Took you a staggering 72 hours to let everybody know this? Like, okay, I don't know. To me, it felt like they were trying to recapture mystery, trying to recapture mystique of like, oh, yeah, everybody thinks it's going to happen today. We better run out there and try and, like, recapture the mystery again. Be like, no, yeah, it's not today. We got the date wrong. Sure you did. You just happened to have a campaign running in the 3-day lead up to the earnings call. Yeah, that was a total whoops-a-daisy that somebody put in the wrong date. Like, all right. I mean, if it was supposed to be next month, like on June, if we look at June, like, was that like a possible? I hit the wrong button. I just closed all of my apps. I was like, what the heck's going on? Yeah, it doesn't even make any sense. Like June 18th to the 21st. I mean, that's a Thursday. I mean, I guess you could say that maybe that's when pre-orders open. They're going to wait for all the Summer Game Fest stuff to come to an end and then come out swinging. It just doesn't make any sense to go into an earnings call this Thursday, a fireside chat the week after, and then Summer Game Fest kicks off. And it's like, so you're going to be dead quiet through all of Summer Game Fest. You're going to have nothing for PlayStation, nothing for Keighley. That's it. Not a single peep. And then you're going to do pre-orders after? Like, all right. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. From a business perspective, saying nothing and doing nothing this week would be very bizarre. It would be very, very bizarre. Now, obviously, I'll be super bummed if they do it tomorrow because I'm traveling. I won't be able to cover it. Yo, good morning. Felix, how are you? I finally got the secret ending in Soros. I was able to watch the interview with Rahul. Very happy that you got the chance to do that. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. We had a really, really great time last week. We got to interview Rahul Kohli, lead actor in Soros, and the very next day I had Colin Moriarty on. If you guys haven't watched those segments, be sure to go watch those. Do me a favor, too, as you're coming in this morning, hit that like button. We are in a holding pattern for GTA 6. No special t-shirt. No, this is a special shirt. This is one that Into the AM sent me, and it's that, if you've ever seen guys doing those videos where like they stretch the shirt out and then let go of it and it's like no wrinkles, like super comfortable, they now have like a whole line of these. And I actually wore this yesterday to church because I was like, let me see how it fits, how it looks, and I was like, man, I love this. Somebody's like, it looks like you're ready to go golfing. Yeah, I actually think if you were a golfer, which I am not, this would be perfect for that kind of weather where you want it to like breathe, you want like that ease of motion, as a golfer. Really, really nice. Danilo just get out. I just got off the links. Yeah, Nick coming in with 14 months. Hopefully today is the day. Thank you, sir. And I appreciate you, Nick. I mean, you got my DM. It makes sense, as Hilly. They are willing to take the hit, so all drops while you were away. Tuesday, 10 a.m. Eastern. The legal team emailed me back finally, and the dude said after all those waiting rooms, the whole marketing plan was now based around Lono's annual leave. They're like, yeah, let's do it. Let's screw that guy. I doubt it. Church closed Lono, that's right. Hope you have a great morning. Thank you, Diamond Dog. I know one place I won't be buying games from at all anymore if they did screw it up. But it wasn't Best Buy. That's the thing I think people keep forgetting. It was a marketing company called Impact that sent the email. It wasn't Best Buy. Hotshot, thank you for 37 months and a VIP. Another month added to the pile. Thank you. You guys maybe should have saved all these renewals for next week, but it's okay. We celebrate them either way. I think it ain't coming today. We'll have fun either way. I mean, we're going to hang out and talk about gaming and gaming news regardless. I mean, this is obviously just a real easy catalyst just to meet a bunch of new folks and be out here in the mix with everybody talking about it. I mean, we don't need to take it that serious. I think people get a little too serious about the GTA 6 Trailer 3 thing. It's like, listen, man. We're going to have fun either way. We do a show Monday through Friday. I am going out of town, and I thought, listen, this is too hot to take a day off. Because I was just going to take the day off, dude. I was going to sleep in. I was going to, like, hang out with the fam. But, like, we'll be spending the whole week together. So, Trailer 3 is coming on the 26th of May, 2026. I know because I know an employee at Rockstar Games showed me the trailer. Really? Wow. They showed you the trailer. The game has improved so much from the trailer, too. By the way, I can't tell you the details because of NDA. So you just told us details. That's not how NDAs work, brother. He's like, yeah, I saw the trailer. It's really improved. It looks real good. The trailer is going to land on May 26th, so I'm completely removing the element of surprise, but I can't say anything because I'm under NDA. That'd be like, listen, I'm under NDA. I can't say anything, but the game looks incredible. This is the release date. And also, there's going to be a whole section of the game. You'd be like, you're breaking NDA right now, brother. Homie's just in here doing it. Just absolutely doing it. His friend's like, are you kidding me? They're going to trace that back. Yeah. They need to do a reverse search on you and all your known associates so they can find out who at Rockstar showed you that trailer. You just got your friend fired. He's packing his stuff right now. He's like, man, I knew I shouldn't have showed that guy. What was the NDA, by the way? Like a digital handshake? You promise, bro? You promise, bro? You promise, bro? Don't. You better not. You did last time. All right, I'll show you. Good morning, gangs. Yeah, just like you better not, bro. NDA, no, not legally binding at all. Oh Lord, they know they can compete with Half-Life 3 being. Oh, they can't compete with Half-Life 3 being announced at Summer Game Fest. Makes sense. GTA 6 can't hold a candle to that game. All right, settle down, Butters. Quit. You better quit day drinking. Which one? Yeah, Fuzzy. I had a really hard time not picking one of the ones with the pattern. But every time I looked at the pictures of the guys wearing it, I was like, yeah, I can't pull that off. I'm a single color guy, right? Like, you give me a nice blue or gray or a white, maybe. I like a white if the material's thick enough. I can't tell when it's like slightly see-through. And I'm like, great. So I'm either nips out or I got to wear an undershirt. I'm not a big fan of undershirts, especially once it gets warm. So I'm getting a single and a pattern. Just make sure and use my code. We might as well do this now. Let's just frickin' do this now. I do work with Into the AM regularly. And if you go to intotheam.com/Lono, you will get a discount, or you can use code Lono at checkout. Let me just show you. We're going to feature these ones here. Let's see. These would be called their, what the heck? Shirts and polos. There we go. I'd never shopped for polos, so I was so confused. Here we go. So they got a lot of options here. The custom 3-pack. So you can go with, some patterns if you'd like. And I wish I would have seen this one. That I actually would probably be able to rock that. That's not a bad pattern. The floral stuff just wouldn't work for me. I'm a little too, this is like a guy that lives right on the beach and doesn't ever wear shoes. You know what I'm saying? And he wears a robe half the day. I can't pull a lot of that stuff off. I do like these patterns, though. I wish I would have seen these. These are really nice. So you can build a custom pack here if you want. You can just buy one. I like to go with the ones that aren't branded. Obviously, these ones have the little Into the AM. The only reason I don't want that is if I'm wearing it to church or something, it looks like I work there. That's what it looks like to me. I worked at AT&T too many years. With the logo. And then you've got the Heather kind where it's got that almost fuzzy look to it. So intotheam.com/Lono, or use code Lono at checkout. They're doing a big sale right now on these. So they're non-branded polos and they're ridiculously comfortable. I mean, I'm telling you, like I've said, if you've seen the guys, there's a lot of heavier set guys now promoting shirts that don't look so frumpy, and they'll pull the shirt way out and it snaps back and it's really comfortable. That's literally what these are like. They're super comfy. If you're golfing, I wore mine to church. You want something that's comfortable and doesn't feel, especially once the weather gets warm, dressing up in collars can be a bit of a nuisance. So their shirts are excellent. Their t-shirts are excellent. I have more of their t-shirts than any other company because I've worked with them for so long. So there you go. Where were we at? We were around 18 minutes. I'll send that to them just to say, hey, I did an activation with y'all, and you guys are always great and support and use the code. What's the chance that GTA 6 releases today? I think you mean the GTA 6 trailer 3. I actually think chances are very good today or tomorrow. I do. I think the chances are pretty good because, again, I just, why would they not have the trailer and the pre-orders going live, before that earnings call? Thank you, Stoffinator, for using your Prime over there on Purple. I appreciate it so much. We're obviously not going to hit the goal this week. I don't even have an incentive. If you guys go insane and hit the goal today, please don't do that. Just save it for when we come back. I won't be able to do anything. I'm literally not able to stream this evening. That would be completely out of the question. The earnings call is this Thursday, the 21st. That's why I thought that campaign made perfectly good sense, a good 3-day push. You know, the campaign that got leaked, it was running the 18th to the 21st. So that company is trying to come out now and say that it was an error, it was a mistake. And I'm like, yeah, you just happen to have an accidental date window of time that ran right up to the earnings call. And Joker Quinn can't help himself. I say don't gift, and he gifts anyway. He's just so ornery. Thank you, Joker Quinn, consistently supporting the channel. It's coming tomorrow. It could come tomorrow. I would obviously be bummed if that happens. I won't be able to cover it. Now, I'm going to take my equipment with me, and I could record a reaction. We could Creature could put together a video or whatever. But that's not quite the same as sitting here live. That's what I do. I live stream. I interact with you guys. We love to have the waiting and the anticipation. I think that's honestly part of the fun is the waiting and the anticipation, because once it's here, I mean, then it's, we'll watch it 18 times and then that'll be kind of the end of it. So the anticipation is almost just as fun. At some level, it helps me if it doesn't happen today, because we just get to kind of sit here like, is it happening? But it would also be nice if it landed today. Did you cover Legacy of the Dark Knight early review copy? No, I did not get a review copy of it. It looks like it's landing like mid-80s on Metacritic. I'll take that. I'm very excited. Madam and I will probably be playing that when we get back. We've taken a slight break from playing games. We've been watching some movies. We like whodunit, so we watched Gosford Park, which is a stinking old movie. It was crazy how many people were in it. It was almost like Downton Abbey meets murder mystery. It was really crazy how many people were in that movie together. It was cool to see the actor who played Dumbledore and Maggie Smith in a movie together. They didn't interact much, but it was probably fun for them to do Harry Potter as well after doing Gosford Park. And then last night we watched the sequel, the second Jack Reacher, with Tom Cruise, because Madam likes Tom Cruise, and I was like, this is just silly fun. They're not super serious movies, Lono, you did your shirt thing when I asked. Did you pay the $2 that you owe? No, I do. Thank you for the reminder. Always, don't ever feel bad about reminding me. I do owe you guys 2 members from Friday. I'm gonna do that now. I'm gonna make it right. We're gonna make sure that the house is square with you guys. She has a thing for short guys. She has a type, Hex. She's told me that many times. She's like, you know me. She's like, I have a type. And she's usually talking about how, like, if somebody makes a remark about me being short or something, she's like, that's fine. You don't have to worry about that. Any Summer Game Fest predictions? I don't really have any Summer Game Fest predictions. This PlayStation State of Play rumor is really bizarre. The 24th is a Sunday. I have no idea why they would do that. I can't make heads or tails as to why Sony would do a State of Play on a Sunday. My guess has been the 28th of May or June the 4th. Those are both Thursdays. They like to do last Thursday of May or first Thursday of June to kick off Summer Game Fest. A Sunday is so random. You know what I mean? You like them short too? I don't. If you're hitting on me, Hex, it's a little too early in the morning for me to pick it up. If you are, I accept. Thank you. I appreciate it, brother. It's always good to be celebrated as a short king. So it's 9:01. It is 9:01. Let's see if they post anything. The last one hit at like 9:30. So do they usually have like scheduled tweets for 9 o'clock, don't they? So if they do the whole like GTA Online thing, which is what they've been doing, right at 9, we'll be like, everybody's going to say, oh, it's not happening. So they have not posted. The last couple times they've tweeted, they've tweeted at 10 a.m. actually. Yep, all their last 3 tweets were all at 10 a.m. So we actually have another hour to see what they decide to post on Twitter, if in fact they decide to post at 10. Thank you so much, Fuzzy, for doing some Into the AM orders and using my code. I appreciate that. Loan on Apollo. Hey, I dressed up for the occasion, It could happen today. No, this is from Into the AM. We're doing an activation with them today. I thought that's a great day to do an activation with Into the AM. A lot of people are going to be sliding through. Listen, if you got a date this week or you're going golfing or your mom's dragging you to church on Sunday, Into the AM polos are super comfortable. They're thin. They're that stretchy, like zero wrinkle material, especially golfers especially. You want that cool, breathy material and the free range of motion with, you don't want your swing getting messed up. I hope they give us a release date for Control. Okay, yeah. Thanks, Omar, for the gift that gets us to 9, and another one from Arkham and gets us to 10. We got some single gifteds rolling in. Thank you so much. Shipping to Europe, you'd have to go and do an order with Into the AM and see what kind of shipping you can get. Right now, shipping is terrible, but they might, I don't know, they might be able to get it to you for not too bad. I forget where they ship out of. They ship out of somewhere on the West Coast, I feel like. At least that's my memory. Dark polo, dark background. My old eyes just see a floating head. Yes, that's what I was going for today. I was a disembodied experience. I wanted you guys to really just think about how giant my head is. Golfers especially, yes. Yo, member plus from Ida Crow. Thanks for 27 months. Hope everyone's having an awesome day. Hey, I know my audience. TJ. I got a lot of guys, who have passed on into, all right, can't really play ball anymore, but I can golf. A $5 super chat from Dan says, good morning, Chad. After finishing Pragmata, I started Alan Wake. So far, so good. Well, enjoy it. Hope you have a good time. Rockstar Devs wants to be laughing at us today. Why would they laugh about people anticipating their game? I don't think they're laughing. I think they like it. Listen, everybody's just having a fun time anticipating whether or not, the trailer drops today. There's no reason to be, angry or, upset. I think the anticipation is part of the journey to a big game like this. Do we know how PC performance is with Lego Batman? I don't know. You'd have to see if any of the reviews mention it. When is the GTA 6 trailer coming out? I don't know. The theory is that it's today. People will probably be coming in here on the half hour and the hour to see if it's dropped yet. And we're going to be here to see it all the way through to see if it happens or not. And again, it could be tomorrow. It could be tomorrow. Legacy of the Dark Knight reviews are here, and it's widely being hailed as one of the best games of the year and the best Lego game ever. Landing looking like a mid-80s, like 84, 85, OpenCritic, Metacritic. So, doing fine. That's a good score for that game. This year, the Future Game Show is going to be hosted by Alex Wilton Reagan, Tomb Raider, Legacy of Atlantis, Cyberpunk, and Dragon Age Inquisition. And then the oh-so-handsome Troy Baker will also be there. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, are we going to get the trailer today and pre-orders? That is the current theory and rumor. Folks from the company or somebody at the company who leaked it suddenly claimed yesterday that it was just a mistake. I thought that was rather strange that it took that long for them to respond. Yeah, I don't know. It seemed very weird that it took that long for them to respond. To be Alex Wilton Reagan. Am I pronouncing it incorrectly? It's also possible that I completely misread it. Alex Wilton Reagan is the name. Here, I'll just put the picture up online. Just two dishes for Future Game Show, right? They really snag really high talent usually for this show. So excellent work. It should be a great time. The writing's always a little cringy, but that's not on the actors. That's just what they like to do at Future Game Show with little jokes and bits. Alex comes in with 26 months. Lona, did you hear about the recent rumors about Sony doing something with the Infamous games? Don't know if it's newsworthy. What's interesting about that is Colin Moriarty kind of co-signed on the guy leaking it and basically was like, yeah, this guy's trustworthy. The weird thing about the leak is that it sounds like Sucker Punch won't be doing it. I don't know. That seemed to me to be a significant part of the leak. That that Sucker Punch wouldn't be touching it. I'm like, okay. I don't know. There seem to be some opinions out there that Sucker Punch should be working on something new, which I actually agree with. I think the 2 Ghost games are great. It's probably time for a new IP for them. If they want to do a 3rd Ghost game, you're going to get no pushback from me. I think they'll have a difficult time really taking that combat system beyond what they did. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like they did a good job with Yote going beyond just the 4 stances with a katana and instead giving you 5 different weapons. Man, I don't know if they could go back and do that one more time. I'd say you guys can go out on a bang there. Game got nominated for awards, won some awards, you know, and I'm not surprised that they're done with Legends. There were some headlines that were like, yep, they're already done supporting it, no more content. I'm like, it wasn't that good to begin with. It was fun, but it just wasn't that amazing. I don't think that the combat translated as well. Or I don't know, maybe they didn't spend enough time with it. I feel like Ghost of Tsushima Legends was more popular and more highly regarded. It was totally free, so like nobody can really complain, but I didn't expect them to do much with it after I played it. Yesterday there were 444 videos on Rockstar Games' YouTube channel. Today there are 446. Are you confident in that? You're confident? I'm seeing 416 videos on their channel. Yo, and Ginger's going to give some members on a real short week this week. Thank you so much for the 5 bomb. He says, happy Monday, chat. Thank you so much, Ginger Prime. Yeah, I'm seeing 416. I don't know where you're getting your count. I'm on the Rockstar Games YouTube channel right now. I've not been tracking how many videos are on their channel, but I was looking at the playlist. There's a playlist for their trailers just to see if that playlist suddenly gets one extra video in it. That's about it. I hope they make a new IP. I've been delving into the first Subnautica, a bit late to the party. It's not bad. They're doing superpowered Marvel characters. I don't see why they want to do their own in-house superpower characters also. Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, I mean, but Insomniac kind of handles all of that. Like, Infamous could still be an amazing game. Having your own IP is at some level better because then you're not dealing with Disney and Marvel licensure and royalty and payouts and things like that. There's also a lot of pressure, to have high sales volume for any of those licensed things. Like, you can't just be like, yeah, here's a new Spider-Man. Hopefully it does okay. Like, the pressure is significantly higher when you are putting something like that out there because listen, man, you attached to Disney. That can be a good thing, but that can also be, a very stressful thing. Pre-order price predictions. Will we get 3 different editions? There'll obviously be multiple editions. By the way, guys, as you're coming in, if you're just taking a quick second, make sure and hit that like button. If you're looking for a place to hang out and wait for the trailer, this is a great place to do it. Thank you to all the new subs. I do a stream Monday through Friday. I keep it safe for work. We talk about all of the gaming news going on in the gaming industry. I will be gone for the rest of the week, though, so no shows after today. I am sorry. I know you guys that like the lurk, you'll have to find something to do with your day, like actually get some work done. But shows will resume next week, 1 week from today. Do you think they should have this person in the new game? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Infamous with Decima, sign me up. That could be good. As far as the price predictions in different editions, I actually think the base price of the game is going to be $80. I think base price of GTA 6 will be $80. I think they'll do a digital deluxe for $100, and that will let you play the game 48 hours early because the release date for GTA 6 is a little awkward. It's a Thursday. So I think they're going to let you play it early on that Tuesday. That's a typical release date for games. And, there'll probably be some crazy everything, version for even more, 120 or something. So I'll post on Instagram. They showed 6 potential editions. I was hit by Sony's dynamic pricing for the 007 game. Since I buy so much, it seems time to stop pre-ordering in the PlayStation Store. I don't understand. The dynamic pricing was for sales. None of the dynamic pricing testing was for an increase in price. I'm confused. If you were charged more for that game, that'd be like a screenshot, like hot burner of a story. Did they? I'm confused. Or did they give you a discount, Talus? I'm not quite sure what you mean. Yes, it is, and I have proof. Did you accidentally buy like a more expensive edition? What region of the world are you from, and how much did it charge you? Have a nice trip. Thank you, Petrov. You think they should... Why do you keep asking this question? I feel like you're... Who are you? Let's just check here. He keeps asking the same question. Let's just put a stop to that. That feels like a bot. This is very interesting. Yeah, everybody that looked into the dynamic pricing, Bellular looked into it. We looked further into it. There was even a retraction and an update posted by the original story. It was like, none of the dynamic pricing was for an increase. It was all for sales. I'm going to go 80 base, says, hey, it's Chill Will, 100 with shark cards and 150 for shark cards and early access. You think they're going to make you pay all the way up to 150 for early access? My golly. That's crazy. That is, whew. What are shark cards? It's like the thing in the online. I'm in Illinois, and I got charged 76. My brother next door got charged 75. Okay. So, and it's just the normal edition of the 007 game. Hang on one second. Thank you for your purchase. Homie, are you talking about taxes, bro? It sounds like, did you get charged tax? You're saying it was 76. Your brother was 75. You're saying he's one street away. What's the state tax where you live? What's the sales tax? I'm trying to figure out what mine typically comes to when I buy like a fully priced. So when I buy, no, that was Earth Defense Force for my son. That's not it. Yeah, are you sure there wasn't just taxes on that? Like I'm genuinely confused here. Like, thank you for your purchase. I'm trying to find one. Yeah, because when I buy a $50 game, it's $53. No, he's next door. They literally charged it for that one game. Homie, without a picture, it's hard for me to know. I've been in situations like this before, and the person is insistent, and they go back and they double check, and they were mistaken. They're like, oh, nope, yep, you're right, my bad. Yep, it was taxes. We both misread. Like, I don't know. That's so random. Do you honestly think PlayStation just charged you an extra $6? That doesn't make an ounce of sense. What were the taxes, brother? If it's happening, I won't say a secret. Yeah, I feel like that'd be all over the gaming news right now if that was going on. Taxes are the same. Well, no, yeah, you guys living next door to each other makes it strange that yours was $1 more than him, 76 versus 75. Again, I need to see screenshots. That just seems bizarre to me. Kitty Cat, thank you so much for resubbing over there on Purple, getting us to 18. Without screenshots, there's no reason to discuss this further. Because like I said, I've been in these situations before. I've had people insistent that, oh, no. And then they go to show proof and they're like, oh, no, man, I was mistaken. My bad. So if you want to hop on the Discord and provide us with some proof, I'm happy to take a look. But it literally sounds like taxes. Sounds like there have been a few PSN credits on an account. Yeah, what if somebody had wallet funds? Are you sure he didn't have like $1 or something in a wallet from something? From like the stars thing that they do? Did he have like a funky amount left in his wallet? Because I did that the last couple times. They had like the $5 and $10 options for you to spend your PlayStation stars. It also could be that, again, maybe you guys misread it. I'm in the Discord, but I have to wait until I can resub. Okay. May 19th, Trailer 3 and pre-orders, date of the original release. The original release was May 26th, so I'm not quite sure what you mean. Yo, what's good, Nitro? How are you? Sounds like him and his neighbor having trouble rounding numbers. You can't post. Here. What the frick? Where's the Twitch? Open native Twitch card. Gift the sub. There. Now you'll be able to. I just gifted you a sub. There we go. All right. Get back in there. Get to where you can post. I want to see these screenshots of you being charged $1 more than your neighbor. That is bizarre. That, again, doesn't sound like dynamic pricing to me. It sounds like you guys are mistaken. Like he had money in his PlayStation wallet or something. It's $1. There was no way they would risk the PR for $1. That would be so dumb for them to do, because they know people are going to lose their dadgum minds. Yo, what's good, Delta? You got plans for the trip? Anything interesting? It's a family trip, so, family stuff, swimming with the kids, taking them to places, beach, store, stuff like that. Hanging out with their cousins and their grandparents and their aunt and their uncle, nothing extravagant, They really want to do Disney one of these years, and it's never ever been on the table for us since 2020. That's been completely removed from the equation. What do we have here? All right, yeah. Let me know once you post it in the Discord. I want to look at this. My teacher's even waiting on the GTA 6 website, PlayStation, for this. Bro is an OG. He has Best Buy responded yet? Best Buy didn't respond because Best Buy's not the one that leaked it. It was a campaign through Impact, a marketing company. So the marketing company sent this campaign to all of their affiliates, and it was a campaign with Best Buy. So Best Buy wasn't the one that did it. I put it in the members chat. Here you go. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. All right, hang on. Let me pull it up on the gaming rig so I can look at it on the screen in front of me here. Where's the members chat? Okay, members chat. All right, $69.99 base. Bro, you're hurting me. You're hurting me. You may be reading it wrong. You are reading it wrong. Okay? I know he's a block away. I want to make sure I don't dox you here or something. Okay. There's no personal information being shown. Okay. Homie, do you see the thing at the top that says subtotal $69.99? Okay? And then this one, right here at the top, the subtotal is $69.99. That is PlayStation charging you guys both the exact same amount of money. You will notice where it says tax, $542 and $664. I don't know what in the frick's going on in your state, but for some reason, your tax was higher, and I can't tell you why. I don't know. I do not know, brother. I don't know why there's a difference in price here, but the $69.99 and the $69.99 means PlayStation charged you guys both the exact same amount of money. They did not charge you more. This is not dynamic pricing. I told you. I was like, I need to see a picture because this literally sounds like somebody had a buck in their wallet or some kind of an issue with taxes. So I don't know why. In city, out of city? Is he literally inside of the city and you're outside the city or something, or vice versa? I don't know. Account was made in another state. Oh, yes. Is one of your accounts maybe does it even know that when you make? Maybe your address on the account is from another state that has slightly higher taxes. Yeah, that's not dynamic pricing, bro. That's not dynamic pricing. If it would have been dynamic pricing, it'd have been like $71 or something. You had to pay $70 and your buddy had to pay $69. I feel like PlayStation's got him for $1, That's insane for right next door and for only one game. I don't know what to tell you. It literally could be a glitch in the system. It could be a bug. It could be that one of your accounts was created in another state, and did that state just change its taxes or something because we just rolled over into like a new fiscal calendar year. So maybe they did an update. Like maybe one of your, maybe one of you guys made your account in another place or something. Omar says, see Discord. For what? An explanation? Read the bottom corner. AI generated content. Did I just gift a member to you? And why does it say AI generated, bro? What are you doing? Are you seriously messing with me? You've been around for a long time, Talus. What are you doing? Literally, I can walk outside and be at his house. It's down in the corner. Chat, we got. We may have got here. Hang on. Oh, I can't show you guys because of how I have it framed. Here, I'll go full screen. Hang on. Yeah, right down here in the corner. AI generated content. What are you doing? Hang on. He says, it's a screenshot from my phone. Why does it say AI generated content down in the corner? Why does it say that, bro? Homie got me for $6. You gotta be... It happens when I erase info. Oh, okay. No. I trust him. Talus has been around for a long time. He erased probably like, did you have the AI remove like personal information or something? I think that's probably what it is. Like, why in the world would you use AI to make yourself look stupid, boys? Like, so he used AI to make the taxes go up. If he was going to use the AI to trick me, he would have changed the base price of the dadgum game, not the taxes. If he was using AI, wouldn't you change the base price by $1 and not his taxes? He used differential pricing on Lono. No. I trust him. I trust him. He's been around for too long to be like, I'm going to get him with some AI and I'm going to change the taxes. One of them has my brother's card info. Yeah. He used AI to remove the card info. That's why I double and triple checked before I showed the screenshots. I was like, I don't want to dox anybody. Like, show your first and last name or something weird. The visa would have had the last 4 next to it. Yes, the visa's been removed. I thought that was weird. I was like, where's the visa? Yeah. Okay. You're fine. I trust that you didn't just, get me to gift you a member so you could post AI images in the Discord. Oh my gosh. Oh man, dude lied. How lame do you have to be? No, he didn't lie. It's fine. He used AI to remove like his brother's card info and probably his own card info. So it's not happening today. Shut up, Melissa. Shut it. You shut your mouth, Melissa. We are hopeful today. We are having hope. Can you have some of that in your cold, dead heart, Melissa? No trailer? What about pre-orders, though? There's still time. There is still time for it to happen, all right? Let's just have a little bit of hope in our hearts. A little bit of faith. I mean, come on. What else are we going to do? She says no. She says no. Don't you give me hope. I don't want any of it. How much time? It could land in the next 4 minutes. It really could. Listen, if you're tuning in, I do a show like this Monday through Friday. We're usually just covering like variety gaming news. And listen, you guys can have a go at me. Take-Two has the marketing funnel in a stranglehold. Nobody will say a dadgum thing because everybody's like, they could drop it at any moment. Their earnings calls in 3 days, right? Like, no, they haven't tweeted. Their last 3 tweets have been at 10 a.m. So we'll see if they drop something at 10 a.m. They tweeted like 3 different days last week, and each one was at 10 a.m. All right. Okay, Obama, that's right. Haters gonna hate. We're gonna sit here and wait and see. That's what we're gonna do. But yes, we do a talk show about variety gaming news, and there is no variety gaming news to really cover. I mean, the Batman reviews, are exciting, but the rest of the gaming news has been just absolutely has just been put into a dadgum stranglehold. No trailer today. Rockstar have tweeted GTA Online in another country. It'll be retweeted here in the States at 10 a.m. Sorry, guys. There's an official Rockstar account in another country. What account is that? We can look at that. They already did a GTA Online post. That's what everybody was assuming, is that if they do like a GTA Online post today, that it won't be happening today. And then they'll do it tomorrow when I'm gone on my trip. I'm going to be gone for a week, so if you hit subscribe today, I'll be back next week with content, videos, and live streams. Also consider hitting the like button. That does help me out. Thank you everybody who's already hit the like button this morning. Rockstar tweeted in which country? Yeah, I don't know. He didn't say. He just said in another country. That specific location. There were items at a PlayStation pop-up store with Bloodborne merch. Confirmed 60 FPS coming. You shut your face, assumed parasite. That's fake, and you know it. That's fake. All the other stuff about GTA 6 is real, but the Bloodborne stuff, that's fake. GTA 6 sold out on an Italian website, Show Game. I mean, I've seen that website open with available stock, and then it's sold out. What? The morning's about to be boring, G. Sorry, man. You can go back and watch past broadcasts. You can do that. You can get some work done, lazy bones. They posted something on Bilibili, but it was something that was posted on Twitter last week. Okay, all right. Let's just wait. Everybody hold. Everybody hold. It's almost 9:30, all right? Just hold your dadgum horses. If it's not now, 10 would be the last time, I would think. I don't know if they would want to wait much beyond that. If they're trying to put a little bit of a fire in that stock market, it would be between now and 10 o'clock would be my guess. Is the rumor that Rockstar will not provide any review copies true? I don't really understand that one, but it makes sense. They want probably an absolute locked box on leaks because they know what will happen the minute they distribute those codes. Somebody's gonna break NDA. Somebody's gonna be like, hey man, don't send this to anybody, but I'm gonna send this to you because you're my boy, and then it's everywhere. He's like, got you, fam. I'm gonna send it to boom, and then it's everywhere. They know that will happen, and you'll never trace it. You'll never know who it was, unless they're dumb enough to show their gamer tag or something. So, I would imagine that it's probably true. Now, the interesting thing about that is, how will it even be able to qualify for the Game Awards? Because there won't be enough time. Do you know what I mean? There won't be enough time for the press and the gaming circuit and the gaming world of votes. They're not going to have enough time to play it and review it. Does that make sense? So I believe it. There's a rumor going around that they will not be sending out review copies of GTA 6. There is a rumor going around that's what's going on. And at some level, I kind of believe it. Also, despite rumors that GTA 6 will be delayed for a third time, publisher Take-Two Interactive CEO says the current release date is set in stone. So, insider access, the exclusive reveal of the gameplay trailer for Code Exit. It's a 1 to 4 player sci-fi co-op survival horror game set in a city consumed with rogue supercomputer Minerva that follows your every move. Supposedly they're inviting people to an event. Okay, that's very possible. There are lots of events going on. There are. Yes. We don't typically go to events like that. It's extremely difficult, but, you know, there are lots of events going on, and lots of creators will probably be going and trying to either get impressions but no footage, or go and get footage that's like very limited, you know. We'll see. We'll see. Well, guys, if you're just tuning in, we're kind of in a countdown now for 10 a.m. Eastern to see if what Rockstar decides to tweet, if anything. Part of me feels like at this point, it's just time to do it. Because if they don't do it today because it got leaked, and like, yeah, don't do it today, do it tomorrow. Well, you know what everybody's going to do? They're going to wait around for your trailer tomorrow and Wednesday, and then the earnings call is going to happen. So to me, it stands to reason, just do it. Just get the dadgum thing out and get the pre-orders going. I cannot imagine them not doing a trailer and pre-orders before the earnings call. That'll be insane to me. I don't know. That'll be absolutely insane. I don't know. I mean, Strauss Zelnick is really trying to drive home confidence that it's coming out on time. He's doing lots of interviews. That's like his 3rd or 4th interview. Guys, as you're tuning in to wait for the GTA 6 Trailer 3, if it does happen today, make sure and hit that like button. I appreciate you guys so much deciding to spend the day with me today, waiting for the trailer, waiting for the maybe the pre-orders as well. And we are one of many people out here doing this. A lot of people are anticipating this today. There's basically not a whole lot else going on in the cycle of news. Not a whole lot else going on in the cycle of news. And some of that's because everybody's in a holding pattern. They just assume that Take-Two's about to take over the marketing cycle. Do you see what I did there? I don't think that we get anything today. Rockstar always announces things like that. Didn't pre-orders already go out in other countries? That was the rumor. We were seeing screenshots of like posters going up, retail stores getting ready, and it seemed real. It seemed genuine. It was like, oh, they're getting ready. Monday, retail's going to open, and it's going to be off to the races. The next earning call is August. And pre-orders that will happen, trailer 3 and pre-orders will happen June or July going into the next one. I just don't see it that way, Melissa. That would be crazy to do nothing. Right now is the time. Everything we heard was that May is when the marketing was going to spin up. We heard that last year. We heard that the year that it was supposed to come out in November. Then it got delayed to May. And then it got delayed to November. So it just stands to reason that that's the window of time, like a 6-month kickoff. Like, hey, game is coming out in 6 months. Let's kind of start things up. That was the plan when it was coming out in November, or not November. They said fall. They said fall of 2025. The rumor was everything was going to spin up in May. PlayStation was going to be a part of it. Strauss Zelnick's done like 3 or 4 interviews just in the last 2 weeks. The market opened and Take-Two is down 3%. They made $2 billion last week when the leak email happened. Now, if nothing happens today, they'll lose money and their stock will tank. I don't necessarily know if they're concerned about that because they know the value will recover by end of week after the earnings report, as well as if they decide to go live another day. I don't know. That leak definitely, if they're not doing it this week, that leak hurts them because people are going to be like, yo, where is it? You know? Tom Henderson thinks July or August for the next trailer. Yeah, I saw that Tom Henderson thinks, and he's got no info. He's made it very, very clear. I always want to be very careful with this whenever we quote Tom or Grubb or Schreier. Tom Henderson does not have any information on when this happens. He is purely saying this on his own. He's like, I think that's when it happens. And that's probably because of how silent it is. Now, my own interpretation of that is it's silent because they've gone completely dark. Like, no one's allowed to say anything right now. Now, his pushback would be somebody would say something. Like somebody at some level would say something, and he could be correct. You know, if that was the pushback, I think that could be fair pushback. He'd be like, listen, if it's this silent, it's because nothing's happening. I think that's how he's interpreting the fact that he has heard nothing about pre-orders or Trailer 3. Giza with 14 months, thank you so much. Let me add you to the total with Twitch entering the fray once again. So, and a 5-bomb from Behemoth. Good to see you, Behemoth, and thank you so much. We're one away from EO and you guys a member. You guys can get the goal about as high as you want. We only have 1 day this week. Report internal emails from a major distributor imply Best Buy was misinformed regarding Grand Theft Auto 6 pre-orders. It was suggested in emails from Best Buy that pre-orders for GTA 6 would begin today. Now it appears to be wrong. Yeah, I saw that. The guy saying that. It felt like damage control, though. It was like, how could you possibly have the campaign perfectly lined up with their earnings call and be like, yeah, no, that was a mistake? I'm like, okay. All right. And a single comes in from Siege Master. Boom, there it is. Lands the plane on 25. Thank you so much. I owe you guys a member over there on YouTube. And another one comes in from Behemoth, Agents of Chaos. Little too slow, Behemoth. Siege Master took the victory one. And thank you very, very much, both you gentlemen, for gifting. Siege beat me to it. It's all right. Yo, what's good, Kugo? How are you? Kugo727, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Thank you for all the support over the years, guys. Those of it subbing and gifting and renewing. We appreciate you guys very, very much. I was going to take the day off. All right. Take-Two stock prices dropped a bit since the debunk news. Yeah, down by about $5. About a 2% drop so far. Let us take a peek here. Some bad news to report, unfortunate community internal. Yeah, so this guy says, I don't want to disappoint anyone, but internal company emails suggest that Best Buy has got it wrong and no pre-orders will be launching. Things might change last minute, but I advise keeping expectations in check. And this guy says, verified in DMs. The company email also matches the one the member used to register on the forum. As they've suggested before, they used their work email here. So it seems they're saying internally that they're saying it was an error. I think that's that. How do you get that date that wrong? You know what I mean? As the Mandalorian reviews out tomorrow, that'd be a good time for Rockstar to drop the third trailer to dunk on that. Why? I mean, I don't know why you would try and share attention space with another big piece of property. I mean, not that they'd need to worry, but that wouldn't make any sense. Congrats on nearly reaching 60K subs. Yes, that is our next milestone, and we are probably going to hit it today. It's funny, too. GTA 6 helped us hit 50. And now it's going to help us hit 60. If you guys sub, you're subbing to a daily talk show. I do keep it safe for work, so you can tune back in Monday through Friday whenever we're doing our live streams. Next question. Why do they say Best Buy got it wrong? I don't know. It just says they got it wrong. And why did it take so long for people to be like, oh, yeah, they got the date wrong? I don't know. The whole thing seems weird to me. You just have a random... Okay, think about the chains of command that happened here. Insider trading? Jiminy Christmas. I mean... So somebody at Impact, who sent the email to their affiliates, created a campaign for Best Buy to run from May 18th to the 21st. So... who made the error? Did Impact make the error, or did Best Buy make the error? Everybody keeps blaming Best Buy, and it's like, but this company, Impact, is the one, you know what I mean? Is the one that sent it. Can you just say, no, yeah, you can't be here. Yeah, the minute you indicate in chat your age, if you're underage, you can't be here. That you don't do that either. You know, you do not go around giving out your personal information, especially if you are not an adult. If it was not real or a legit leak from Best Buy, then Rockstar Take-Two would come out and say something. I want to say that it'll happen later in the day because there's no rules on pre-order dates. Yeah, did Strauss Zelnick do that interview? What was it? There was an interview like yesterday. Did he do that interview as like they don't want to come out and say it's not true? You know? What is this guy? What are people saying here? Oh, people are comparing Grand Theft Auto 5 to Forza Horizon. Lono, Ben has check. What are you... Ben has check? What are you talking about? Ben has check! Just like yelling. Okay. Who is Ben? Ben had to check. It's like one of those shows where they start to remove tiles and you can see images, you know? And it's like an eyeball and then a honeybee and then it's like a leaf. You know, it's like I believe. I believe. Like we're trying to decode what Perfect Image is saying. I always feel like I'm on a game show when I read Perfect Image's chats. I'm like, all right, I gotta decode this one. What are you trying to say? What are you saying? What are you saying? Ben, Uncle Ben, Ben Studios, Ben's Rice. What? Huh? Rice-A-Roni, San Francisco. Okay, West Coast. I don't know what you're saying. Do you think GTA 6 will cost $70 or $80? I think the base price is going to be $80. I think the base price is going to be $80. Timmy's stuck in the well again? Yeah. Alan! like, I'm like, what? What's happening? I think base price is going to be $80, and there's going to be like 100 digital deluxe. You can play early. That's like Mad Gab. You're going to be able to play. I'm sorry, Perfect Image. You know we love you. It's a language barrier, and it's become a running gag on the channel. I think he hams it up now. I think he totally hams it up. He's a good and reliable source. Right, but so we're supposed to believe that this guy comes out and he's like, yeah, internally we looked into this. It took us 72 hours, and somebody made a mistake. I'm not talking about Ben, by the way. I follow Ben on Twitter. The guy, Videotech on Twitter. I follow him. I'm not talking about Ben. I'm talking about the guy on that forum. Where did this guy come from? It took 72 hours to figure that out, that it was a mistake? They could have squashed this before Friday even spun it into a story. He's reliable. I'm not talking about Ben. I'm talking about the guy on the forum. Why did it take 72 hours to come out and be like, oh yeah, we made a mistake internally. The date is wrong. When Homie got the thing, when Frog Boy's like holding his phone up to the camera and showing people, the email gets corroborated by multiple sources. They had that entire day to figure out that, wait, no, it was a mistake. I don't know. He reported before all of the news outlets. Wait, so was this guy claiming it was a mistake all the way back on Friday and nobody picked it up? Like, what's the date on that post? It was screenshotted 18 minutes ago, and Homie posted that thing May 18th. This morning. He screenshotted the thing. He posted the thing this morning. That's what I'm saying. You don't think that's weird? This whole thing is weird. Somebody sends a campaign to affiliates that perfectly lines up with the Take-Two earnings call. The story burns like a red-hot iron for an entire day, and the stock value goes up by quite a bit. And then, over the weekend, everybody's seeing like, oh, this outlet is preparing, and this outlet's preparing, and this website just did an update. And then Monday morning, this guy's like, yeah, we checked on it internally, and it's somebody made a mistake. There's an error. Huh? What? It took you that long to figure that out? When did that guy post that and say that? It looks like he posted it literally this morning. Again, I'm not talking about Ben on Twitter. I'm talking about the guy in the forum. Aocean Blue with the Prime, thank you so much. I'm not doing the hopium thing. I'm being extremely bewildered by the sequence of events. If it was just a simple mistake, I feel like Impact could have come out and said something. That was said in error. That date's not correct. Or this guy could have said something. Anybody could have come out and said something and been like, yeah, no, that was a mistake. Now, people might have been a little skeptical and been like, yeah, sure. But the fact that they say nothing the whole weekend just strikes me as a little strange. I don't know. Now, Tom Henderson, very well-connected insider, he said he's hearing nothing about a trailer or pre-orders. He thinks it's later in the summer. He thinks they do nothing. And I'm like, it's insane to me that Strauss Zelnick's going to walk into another earnings call without the third trailer and without pre-orders, and he's just going to be like, yeah, I've been out here doing interviews, the date's locked in. And he has. To his credit, he might just say that. I mean, he has done like 3 or 4 interviews. My thoughts on this: if it doesn't happen at 9 a.m. Central, then it could be totally later in the day. Rockstar and Take-Two like to not follow the rules and surprise others. That they would have responded. I don't think Rockstar can respond to that email that went out. I don't think that's something that they would respond to. I just think it's crazy that if that was in fact sent in error, then how in the world did nobody say anything until Monday morning? I don't know. Again, it strikes me as very, very strange. It just strikes me as very, very strange. I'm not saying anything, unethical went down or shenanigans or something, but the market is very, very volatile. It's like, wow, a simple email to a YouTuber, and he's not the only one, right? It would have broke either way. If he wasn't a YouTuber, it would have broke because people would have started coming to social spaces and Reddit and everything else and saying, hey, I got this email. I agree, says Zubair. It'll either happen now or it'll happen later. He said later in the day, Zubair. At this point, the interviews don't matter anymore. You have to do something. Yeah, I mean, and he says, the date's locked in. But again, he said this sort of thing before. When the date was in the fall, he said they were very confident in that, and then they were, the shareholders were given assurances that in that fiscal period they were going to have an influx of revenue, and it didn't happen because the game didn't come out in that fiscal period. It slips all the way to May of this year and then slips out of May to November. Now he's saying, no, the date's set. The date's set in stone. And it's like, unfortunately, you've made these assurances before. Let's see here. What are you guys saying? No one knows the day or the hour. But yeah, that refers to something far more meaningful than GTA 6, brother. Zoo with the peak insight. Zubair says, I had many years of schooling. Paul, yeah, I saw that one, Paul, basically saying that they verified that the guy works there. But is this some kind of like a mea culpa? Like, it just feels like damage control. The guy verified his email. He works there, so he comes out and he says, "Oh no, we made it an error." It says verified in DMs. The company email also matches the one the member used to register on the forum. As they've suggested before, they use their work email here. Again, he works there and is saying that it was a mistake. Why did it take 3 days to say that? The whole world was on fire. They had to know this was going on. They literally sent that email out and they lit the world on fire. The stock value literally was impacted by it. I feel like, guys, I'm sorry. I was on a boat trip. I didn't see what happened. I'm back in the office now. Probably was on PTO. Did you see the Italian site updated for pre-orders of GTA 6? There were a couple of retail sites that were seemingly updating and getting ready. Now, you got to understand something. They could be gearing up because they're like us. They're like, hey, get ready. This thing could be going live any day now. They might not have direct communication, so it's very possible that some of the retail sites that were updating were doing literally what we're doing right now. They were kind of like holding their breath, being like, could it happen? It might happen. Again, I don't know why you keep saying to not trust Italians. What are you talking about? Also, they're a furry. Are we sure they're reliable? I don't know if they're a furry. Isn't that a character from a game? I heard a rumor that I find true. GTA 6 pre-sales will start on a day that is a day on the Gregorian calendar. I think you've got it. I think you nailed it. Yeah, right, Zubair? Sorry, guys. I forgot to set my out of office reply. What's going on? Did I miss anything? Like, nobody calls him. Nobody texts him. Hey, man, you kind of messed everything up. You kind of impacted the stock market to the tune of a couple $2 billion. But that's it. That's all. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. All right, so what's next on the order of the agenda today? Sally is selling candy bars in the break room for her daughter's Girl Scout troop. And they just can carry on with their lives. They're like, yeah, it's fine. One of the biggest companies and biggest game releases in history. We just had an oopsie-daisy to the tune of a couple $1 billion of stock value. It's fine. It's fine. You were on a boating trip. It's okay. It's okay, Dave. That's all right. Yeah, dude. Just come on and sit down. There's donuts. There's donuts in the corner. Oh, my word. They say nothing for like 3 days. Oh, absurd. The whole thing is absurd. That's why I usually wait to hear from Ben or Spider Vice, because they're reliable sources in the GTA world. Yeah, I'm not saying they're not reliable. I'm saying I feel like, okay, I don't think I'm making myself perfectly clear. I'm not talking about the guys that are looking into it. You're really missing my point. The people that are now going to those, the folks on the other end of this, the guys talking to Spider Vice and saying it was a mistake, there was an error or whatever. It's like, why did it take so incredibly long for them to respond? Does that make sense? Magnum Sky, you put showgame.it. Not much, dude. We had a birthday cake for Karen. Training got delayed to Wednesday, and you committed fraud on the securities market. How was the boat? Everyday pre-order. Everyday pre-order. Pre-order idiots. November pre-order. That might be one of the best sentences I've ever read in all my years of live streaming. That's a good one. Everyday pre-order, idiots, November pre-order. Amen. What the frick? Bro is fired. Far, Far West has sold 1 million copies. I hope they can make a go of it. I remember the first time we saw that game, I was like, that feels kind of special. Feels like, Signal and Noise Media with a brand new membership. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. It'll be crazier if they start marketing in the summer and only have 3 to 4 months of marketing. It makes more sense for this to happen now, 6 months. Yeah, 6-month window. You start now right before the earnings call. Yeah. Why are we talking in other languages? I can't read what you're saying. I understand your frustration because I'm thinking the same. I'm shipping with the wifey. I'll reach out to them. I'm in the forums. I'll report back later. Okay. Never trust the internet. You're on the internet, so that would mean that we cannot trust what you're saying, and you're saying to not trust the internet. Ergo, we should trust the internet. See how? Do you see how that works? 187. You're on the internet. You said don't trust the internet, so that means I'm not supposed to trust you, which means I then should trust the internet, which means then I should trust you, which means if I'm trusting you, you're saying I shouldn't trust the internet. So we're okay. We're stuck in a time loop. Oh, it's fine. We have 3 minutes to kill. We'll figure this out before the hour hits, when the trailer might drop. Speaking of cake in the break room, coworker's husband got a job in a different city. She brought this into work. Happy Monday. I quit. That's fun. That's just a little bit of fun office humor, guys. She's like, you know I love you. Just a little office humor. I'm just being silly. Yeah. No, Jane shouldn't have it. Yeah. She's allergic. You know what I mean? You know the type, I'm just joshing around. Just a little office humor. I don't actually hate you guys. But I do hate Dave. In 3 minutes the world's just gonna blow up. That's also a possibility. I don't know. I've been watching some of the Doomer prepper channels, and yeah, we might all be dead before the game comes out, so it might not matter, You're oddly good at that voice, Lono. Every office needs that lady, though. You know what I mean? She's like, so how was everybody's weekend? You're like, oh, golly. Yeah, it was good, Jane. How was yours? I put in some new roses. You're like, oh, did you? Just everything's great and grand, and she's just keeping it all bottled in, and she'll chop her husband up in a couple of years and end up on that show. But for now, I mean, she's just charming and sweet and brings in treats to the office, And then you'll all get interviewed about her later. She was so nice. I mean, she made a killer rhubarb. I got to tell you. I don't, you know what I mean? Maybe that's why she was so good at killing her husband. And like Datelines like, from making killer rhubarbs to killing her husband. It's like, they always have to make it sound like, professional, and yet they're also intrigued by this just horrific thing that happened. It's like, oh, she chopped her husband up. All right, let's interview her sister. She's super happy, but she'll drop a random comment about though. I'm not saying that out loud, Super. Lono, the trip sucked, but there was lots of sightseeing, so I need to travel more often. But please not by bus. Oh, yeah. You got to be careful with that. Yo, good morning, feed. 3 minutes to the trailer, 99%. You're 99% sure? I'm on their YouTube channel right now. The playlist hasn't updated. You found you was watching on YouTube. Thank you very much, Midnight Drives. Appreciate you being here. You're from Romania. Well, I'm so happy that's where you're from. Thanks for being here. All right, let's see what's going on. Let's see. It is 10. What the frick? Okay. Like, I literally went to Rockstar's Twitter account and all their tweets disappeared. I'm like, did these homies just go dark? It's 10 a.m. I'm refreshing their Twitter. What the heck? It did it again. What kind of shenanigans are they pulling? Is this happening to you guys too? If you go to their Twitter, are they literally doing a scrub, or is Twitter breaking because everybody's checking? Now it's there. I wonder if people are literally breaking Twitter, checking their account. Like, I refresh and all their tweets disappear. Yeah, I don't think it's coming today or now, or it'll maybe be later. I don't know. No one knows. This is their YouTube channel. Well, there's always 11. There's always noon, boys. There's always noon. There's always the next time. I mean, yeah, the playlist hasn't updated. The videos haven't updated. And people are legit crashing, like, the Twitter profile of Rockstar Games. You know what's interesting, though? They're not tweeting. Huh. 12th, 14th, and the 15th. We got nothing. They got nothing. They're saying nothing. All right. Well, I guess we just lock in and wait for the next hour. I don't know. You know? They could be playing games, you know? I don't know. They've been dropping... Consistently, they've been dropping their announcements and things between 9 a.m. Eastern and 10 a.m. Eastern. And they're dark today. They're silent. Who said the trailer's coming today, though? Well, when you have a leak that says pre-orders are going live on the 18th, I think it stood to reason that people thought that the GTA 6 Trailer 3 would also go live on the 18th. Joker Quinn says, you know what this means? Go after Game Informer. Somehow this is Game Informer's fault. You've been bamboozled? The stock market got more bamboozled than me. I'm just sitting in a chair streaming and hanging out with you. This leak on Friday, it affected the stock value of the company by like a couple $1 billion. Like, somebody somewhere is in real big trouble. You know, this is a pretty serious thing. We're going to wait. We're going to wait for the next hour. We're going to see. The fact that they haven't said anything, it went dark. You know what I mean? This guy says, F, you're the reason why they're delaying it. F to everyone trying to take credit from Rockstar. They don't like it. Sorry, boss. It's my fault. Company the size of Rockstar is like, hey, that guy's got like 800 people watching. No. He's leaving town tomorrow. Do it then. Get out of here. Milk dud with 31 months and America Plus. I think we're going to need some copium to get through the day. Well, I tell you, nothing goes better with copium than a bag of Reforge roast. If you are a coffee drinker, coffee is very expensive. Our coffee right now, medium and light roast, both with low and balanced acidity, so it's a lot easier on your tum-tum. $10.95 a bag right now. Go to reforgeroast.com. It'll help you wash down the early morning copium that you need to get through this bleak Monday. The earnings call manipulation wasn't through pre-orders. It was through stock market manipulation all along. I mean, I got to tell you, I still believe this was all a ploy to sell Reforge Roast. I've been playing the long game since December of last year. I was like, I got it. This is all going to play out in my favor. This is all gonna play out in my favor. I'm drinking it now. I guess that's the point. I expect 5 coffee orders in the next 5 minutes. That was such a good segue and pitch. I think I deserve it. In any case, we'll just keep waiting. I mean, you know, yeah. Tom Henderson is being an absolute troll. He says, holy... He can't keep getting away with this. Tom Henderson retweeted the original trailer and said, holy and this is my reply. You know? Can't keep getting away with it. Loto reenacting the Usual Suspects twist. That's right. That's right. That's always been my dream. That's good. It's like that Captain America meme. So, you thought GTA 6 Trailer 3 was coming out today. Yeah, you did. So you thought you were going to be able to pre-order GTA 6 3 today. Yeah, you did. Oh, Strauss. Listen, just do it. No, I won't. We won't tell anybody. We won't. We will keep it very quiet. If you drop the trailer today, we will pre-order, just those of us that are here. Nobody else will know. We can keep it very, very chill. There it is. Thank you. Perfect. That's tweet. You don't need Cap. You have Strauss. Thank you. Perfect meme, Fuzzy. It's already tweeted. His facial expression's perfect. It's it. It's the meme. That's it. You know, new meme format happened. Babe, wake up. What time's the trailer supposed to be coming out today? You were supposed to do it. They didn't tell you? What are you doing, bro? Push the button. We're sitting here waiting. You're 8 minutes late. Excuse me. Excuse me. What is this text message? Payment confirmation. GTA 6 pre-order. We have charged your credit card. I'm just kidding. No, it's just AT&T. Jack Garland says, to be fair, I literally don't know anyone in my personal life that would care about GTA 6 leaks. Yeah, who else are you guys going to moan and complain about this with? Milk Dud with 31 months. Oh, no, I already thanked you for that. Thank you, Milk Dud. I said it last year. 2026 will be the year of the GTA waiting room. This is it. This is it, perpetual. You know what? I'm going to say it. I'm going to say something crazy. If it doesn't drop today, I'm actually glad I'm going out of town, because we would have no choice but to do this every day until the earnings call, and everybody would be so pissed. They'd be like, really, bro? Really? You're doing this again today? Like, yeah, you don't realize that, like, nobody will say anything because of this dadgum game. Not a single bit of marketing, not a single bit of news, nothing. Nothing's going to happen until these guys fart out this trailer in the pre-orders. They're going to have the dadgum marketing cycle and funnel in a stranglehold, dude. We're all just going to sit around and be like, all right, whenever you're ready, Take-Two and Rockstar, it's fine. It's fine. The rest of the gaming world doesn't have anything to do, Strauss Zelnick, and your fancy sweater and your really nice hair, and you look really good for how old you are, but that's not the point. The point is that we would like to move on. You're going to take over October, November anyway, dadgummit. They're going to take over December too, probably. I'm enjoying hanging out with you all. I am as well. I'm being silly, you know. But like I said, I'm actually glad I'm going out of town tomorrow. I'm serious. The views would be great, and we'd probably get a bunch of new subs, and you know, we'd probably make pretty good money. But I would be so annoyed. The viewers would be annoyed. The public would be annoyed. Like, here comes this Reforge Gaming guy again. He's doing a freaking GTA 6 waiting room. It's like, well, what else are we supposed to talk about? You know, it's not my fault. I'm not in charge. Lono, I was able to download GTA 6 on my Xbox. It says play, and it even goes to the launch screen. I thought I was in there. Huh? Did you get drunk last night too? Or did both those things happen at the same time? You know? Drank half a bottle of vodka and somehow I got into GTA 6. It was a wild night. Oh. Strauss is wearing the Peyton Manning trademark quarter zip. No wonder he's so cheeky. GTA 6 waiting week, I'll do it. I tell you what we'll do. I'll just stream from my phone. Frick all y'all. I'll spend every morning with you guys this week. And just let the hate flow. Just let it flow. It's a clue. If the day was a mistake on an email, they will not comment on rumors and won't get into trouble if there is no intent to deceive. The law has plenty of loopholes. The only way there'd be some sort of legal recourse is if the people that leaked it did like insider trading. Like if they bought a bunch of stock, leaked it, got it to like about as high as they possibly could, and then all sold this morning, and like, you know, maybe that's why the stock took a big dive, because people were like, oh frick, it's not happening. At this point, it has to be done for the bit. I mean, let's just lean all the way in. I'll just set the live to 24 hours and have it sitting on Rockstar's channel. I mean, what's the harm? We might as well. You know what I mean? An internal email verified by GTA Forum staff to an employee at a retailer suggests that Best Buy were incorrect about the pre-orders going live today. Given the absence of any leaks from other retailers preparing for pre-orders today, they seem unlikely now. Well, wait, how do they know it was an error? If they have the real number, then give it to us. Give us the number. No, if you search GTA 6 on Xbox, you can push the play button, and when you press it, it shows the launch screen. They say you don't own this game. I was drinking last night, but not that much. Uh-huh. Yeah. Well. Truth comes out. Hang on, I missed some resubs. Zyber 10 minutes ago with 12 months, and Alex says Rockstar is waiting till you sign off for the day. Let's just add those to the total. Boom, boom. There we go, 31. It'd be funny if they upload the old trailer and they title it Trailer 3. Listen, you know, you want to antagonize the fans. There are easier ways to do it, I guess. I mean, gee, many Christmas. And Wired Rope gifts some members over there to stoke the fires and gets us to 36. Apparently Best Buy employees aren't even privy to that info. They could get in trouble without buying stocks if it was intentional to manipulate the market. Oh yeah, like if it was done maliciously. Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's obviously some issues there. I don't know. At this point, I mean, you honestly, at this point, you could run it all the way until the stock market closes. I think they would want to have it out before the market closes. A $10 super chat from Subtext. I remember a rumor a while back that the marketing in the summer quote meant later in the summer than Summer Game Fest. I wonder how much Rockstar is letting other devs have their Summer Game Fest moment before dropping the nuke. I mean, I don't know if Rockstar plays ball. I just don't. Are they legitimately going to be like, hey, you know, we got a marketing deal with PlayStation. You know, we got some other people out here that we like. You know, we want to play nice with our partners. PlayStation is where you're selling your game. Xbox is where you're selling your game. And if both Microsoft and Sony are like, listen, you are obviously going to help us immensely make a lot of money this year, but it'd be really great if you didn't walk all over us. Do you mind waiting? I just don't know. I don't know if Rockstar is the type to be like, no, we're not going to do that. We do our own thing. We march to the beat of our own drum here. Or if they said, yeah, you know what, landing late May right before the earnings call, yeah, it would be bad for you guys. We don't want to hurt our partners. But also, they're more beholden to their shareholders than anything. I mean, there's a delicate balance, right? Like, they need to be good to their partners. Sony and Microsoft are their partners. It's where they're going to be selling the game. So, I guess I could see them wanting to not be, brazen and belligerent with the calendar. But I also could see them saying, listen, the earnings call is on Thursday. Get the dadgum trailer out. Get the pre-orders going so Straussy Boy can walk into the earnings call and say, it's looking real good right now. The number's not just locked in. We have people pre-ordering the game. And our early estimates are showing, X number of, sales already. If we get to 750, you have to stream all week. Oh, so if you guys get to 750 members today, yeah, I'll stream from my phone all week. I'll make it work. There's no way that's happening. No, I will. I'll take all my stuff. I'll take my mic. I'll take my little setup with my mobile, and I'll be like, listen, babe, I got to stream every day. I'm not saying how long. 5 minutes in. All right, guys, I got to go get in the pool. Angry Pete with 56 months on a VIP. Just popping in to bump the line before heading back to work. Let's hope this is the last waiting room for the Traver. Crap or get off the pot. Thank you very much. Angry Pete. Careful, I know someone will hold you to it. Hi, bye. Yeah. No. I wouldn't do that. I would make it work. I couldn't commit to very long streams, though. I mean, if you guys went that absolutely insane, I would obviously try to figure it out, because that would be extremely helpful. Taking time off work is always just not fun as a live streamer and a YouTuber. So you guys' direct support is always just amazing. We had a great week last week. We usually come back and everybody goes crazy. So I would obviously make it work. I don't see that happening. I'm not gonna push for that. I mean, we're just having people do renewals today for the most part. Be like that guy that had a mobile green screen and a laptop while being in a different place other than the office. Yeah. No, yeah. Make it look like I'm here, but like really low budget and bad. Like, what are you guys talking about? I'm in my office right now. I'm in the studio. I saw it's the top paid game on Xbox. I also saw a post from Asha saying it's record-breaking early access title. That's good to see for once. What are you talking about? Oh, Xbox players are actually buying Forza Horizon 6, which is shocking. I don't know why that's shocking. It's one of their biggest titles. Didn't they do like early access and pre-order bonuses and stuff? I thought they did. They probably made good. Yeah, they probably made very good money on that. It's a great game. It's reviewing very well. Arkham's Rocksteady was co-developer on the new Lego Batman. It appears the developers behind the Batman Arkham trilogy helped in the creation of Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight. They're showing up as they're in the credits as co-developer. Okay, that comes out this week. I'm excited. Hit that like and send Lono on his vacation in style. Yeah, try to get us to 400 likes. I appreciate it very, very much. A lot of people subbing today. We're like 40-something subs away from 60,000, so might hit a milestone today. 178 million in premium sales alone. Crazy. Isn't it wild when you have a really high-quality, well-built exclusive? You know, you make a lot of money. It's amazing that they did something so archaic and it worked so well. I thought, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just, I was told exclusives were archaic. And, it's, you don't make very good money doing it. It's pretty impressive that they were able to pull that off. Broken Earth with 15 months and a Member Plus. He says, renewal day. Let's go, fellas. Hit the like and blow up the chat. Do all the things. Thank you very much. Everything old is new again. They always accuse Xbox players of renting games. I mean, nobody's accusing them of it. They bragged about it for years, Illuminati Owl. Come on. Like, you can't brag about not buying games and then get upset when people say you don't buy games. I mean, that was a tenet of the brand. That was something that, homies from that side of the console war, they were always talking about that. Like, they didn't have to buy the games. That was something that they celebrated. I always said you can foster an ecosystem and a culture of purchase by having early access, having nice benefits, incentives, things like that. So people feel like, yes, there is a value to buying the game. It's amazing how that works. It's amazing. Brett with a Member Plus renewal, thank you. You have something that's really high in value and really anticipated. And when there's pre-order incentives and reasons to buy it, oh my gosh, people buy it. Oh, wow. Who would have thought this recipe could work? Except for the fact that PlayStation and Nintendo continue to do it. 39. Thank you for 39 months, Brett. Keeg jumps back in and gets us 10 away from 50. And I'm 50. That's true, you're right. Asha should just do timed exclusives to create buzz needed and release the games on PlayStation to create a secondary buzz later on. There's a lot of talk about exclusives. Jez Corden seems to strongly believe that by 28, 29, they're going to be dropping, an exclusive Halo. So, yeah, we'll see if they decide to do that. Yo, Banshee with 37 months and Member Plus. Hope you and your family have a great vacation. God bless. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I don't take a lot of time off, y'all. I don't. We usually do like one trip early summer and then one trip late summer and then Thanksgiving, and that's it. So you get a pretty consistent flow of content here. So we appreciate the support, the likes, the subs, all the things. You guys are the best. If you think about it, it could make sense they would do it for a state of play. That would explain your different pre-order options and create a soft landing for the price point. Where you headed somewhere awesome? Oh, we'll be down in Florida. That's where my wife's family is from. So we go down there usually about once a year. So, yeah. If they're going to go back, like, straight back to classic exclusive strategy by 2029, I think the thing that confuses me about that is, by then are you basically... those are PC games then, right? So I just don't know. The whole thing is bewildering to me. I don't... Are those games just available on Helix? No, but they're on PC. Okay, so I just don't know. I look at that and think, Lono just told himself going to Florida to play GTA 6. Oh my gosh, I wish. That would be insane. Windows Store exclusives. I can't imagine. I can't imagine. Yeah, Petrov, we're just going to Florida. The idea that what's it exclusive to? You're banned from Florida, don't come to my state? Oh, it's your state now. Oh, okay. Okay. I didn't realize. I don't understand. I look at their future and their strategy and what they're doing, and I'm like, I don't even know what an exclusive would be then. What better way to keep your games off Steam Deck and Steam Machine? Again, what is the exclusive at that point? Like, paint the picture for me. If you're a big-time Xbox fan, I mean, we could try and have Jez on the show. The time zones typically don't line up. He's admitted to me he's got a terrible sleep schedule. So, like, I'd love to have him on the show and be like, so what is it exclusive to, though? What? I genuinely don't get it. If it would just be exclusive to the Helix or the Windows Store, that would just be such a monumental failure. There's no value prop there. There's no value proposition. It's not like, so, Nintendo drops something and it's like, nope, this is part of the Nintendo brand, part of the Nintendo identity, and you have to buy a Switch 2 to play this Nintendo game, like a new mainline Zelda or something. Or, Spider-Man 3 drops and you're like, yeah, you got to have a PlayStation to play that game. But a game dropping on PC and then being like exclusive to a storefront, that hasn't gone well for anybody that's done it. Like, anybody that's done like the Epic Game Store exclusivity deal, like, it doesn't seem to go very well for them. This would be very similar. You think every game Xbox makes is going to PlayStation? I don't know about every game. What I'm asking 187 is, if they're going to go back to exclusives, what is it exclusive to? If you can buy the game, let's say, so they just dropped Forza 6. Let's just fast forward. Forza 7 is an Xbox exclusive. Okay, what does that mean? Exclusive to where? I'm not trying to be pedantic or argumentative. I'm genuinely asking, like, where is it exclusive to? If it's on Steam and the Windows Store, what are you even saying exclusive for? What's the word even mean at that point? What's the word even mean? What? Okay, exclusive to what? To PC? Now, maybe that's the goal, since, Sarah Bond was like, we want Windows to be the number one gaming platform. But if I can buy the game in Steam, then what? It's exclusive to what? Like, why are you using the word then? Because if I can go buy it in Steam, then okay, exclusive to PC, I guess. Exclusive to the store where Microsoft gets 30% cut of the storefront. Epic exclusive isn't exclusive? Yeah. That's my question, Zoob. If they're literally going to go back to exclusives, I cannot imagine it going well. To be like, oh, this game's exclusive to the Windows Store. Okay. Take luck. Good. You go, girl. That, sure. And if you're a fan, what are you even celebrating at that point? What does that do for you? It's just, I'm telling you, the whole situation is, it's just bizarre. I really do feel like we're people are clinging to the scraps of a brand and trying to like duct tape it back together to be like, it's still Xbox. And it's like, okay, I just really feel like the brand has gone completely in another direction, and I don't even know what you would be going back to if Helix is basically a PC. Keeg with the $10 super chat, wanted to share the love. I got a better job, a big sign-on bonus, and you've been a constant piece of joy and community and consistency. I very much love you and deserve all the love and praise. Thank you, Keeg. That's very generous, man, and congrats, dude. Congrats, man. Get it. Where's King David to tell us what the smart play is? No, I would love to know what he thinks. Like, and, he does the fun, fanboy console war thing, and he admits that. He's just having fun. It's a gag. But I would be like, business side of this. What in the world is an exclusive to Xbox in 2029? What is it? I don't understand what it would be exclusive to. The Helix doesn't make sense to me without Steam. And games going to PC and not going into Steam doesn't make sense. It makes zero sense. I've always said if PlayStation does a launcher, it doesn't make sense to me. Unless, of course, they're just trying to get those early adopters and they don't want to revenue share with Steam. Even still, it seems like wasted effort, wasted dev time to do that. But we've consistently heard that there could be a PlayStation launcher. I'm like, y'all are just going to learn real quickly that this is a waste of time. If they drop bangers, it'll work. Bangers can make bad business decisions work. Crap games can make good business decisions fail. Right, so I'm picturing like a Forza 7 at the quality of Forza 6. Everybody's talking about it. Game of the Year contention. Game of the Year, definitely in Game of the Year, scoring territory. Steam is on Xbox now? What do you mean Steam is on Xbox now? How? I can't get Steam on my Series X. What are you talking about? This guy says, get a life, you sad 50-year-old bum. Now listen. Zubair is 47, and that's very mean. He has a life, okay? That's uncalled for, sir. Looks like Microsoft is dead serious about this Xbox rebrand. Oh, the capitalization of the letters? Well, I'm 50 years old. Can you help me buy GTA without my parents' permission? No, sorry. Can't do it. 48. I'm sorry, he's 48. Yeah. Old as dirt. My balls are all worn out. Someone needs a Snickers. Yeah, he's having a hard day, I guess. Did you discuss a new PlayStation feature in beta that's supposed to show player counts similar to Steam counts? What are your thoughts? I don't know if it's going to show player counts. Isn't it just going to like rank the games and tell you like what has the most players at that time or something? I don't think it's going to show player counts, is it? I think what they're trying to do, this is what they're trying to do. My preliminary understanding of it is it's just like showing you like trending multiplayer games. It shows player count for the week. Oh, okay. I assume that what they're trying to do is they're trying to give games the chance to have like breakout organic movement. That's what I think they're trying to do. Like if a game is kind of doing its thing, they want people to be able to see like, oh, hey, this game's kind of taken off. I kind of think that's all it's intended to do. Like, we know that's happened on Steam. Like, Steam kind of gets like a game and it's kind of doing its thing and it's like new and noteworthy and then it's trending and then it's up on the Steam charts. So maybe PlayStation's just trying to have that thing. Like, if a game is kind of breaking out and having a moment, they want others to see it and potentially then buy it, I think. I can't see of another reason to do it. Lona, do you think the pre-orders and the trailers are coming out soon or June or July? I think it makes the most business sense for them to do it before the earnings call this week. I will be very, very shocked and pretty severely bewildered if Strauss Zelnick did like 3 or 4 interviews in the last 2 weeks about the game and they don't trot out a trailer and pre-orders before the earnings call on 21st. That just seems weird to me. Like, I don't know. Now, again, we talked about this a little bit ago. You could make the case that they have partners that they really need to kind of respect here. Both Sony and Microsoft are probably like, hey, man, you got to let us breathe a little bit in the summer. Let us have our showcases before you do anything. You're going to murder us. You know, we've got games and a schedule and a roadmap. We've got things that have got to come out and make us money here, and we're the two platforms you're selling on. And maybe Rockstar's like, okay, we want to play nice with our partners. We don't want to walk all over them. I don't know. I lean more towards them wanting to do things for the shareholders more than, you know, Xbox and Sony, but that's where they're selling the game. So it's a bit of a tight wire, you know, for them to walk, where they need to make sure that the shareholders are given assurances game is good and on pace. As Strauss Zelnick has already said multiple times, the game was on pace and good to go, and it wasn't. Collect the pre-order cash, put it in an interest-bearing account, just collect side business worth interest every day. Who says Steam wants to be on Helix? Why would Steam not want to be on Helix? It's a Windows-based platform where people will be able to give them money. I don't know. Well, no, Helix has to allow Steam, right? Part of the Xbox Windows hybrid OS integrates and pulls Steam into the Xbox launcher, does it not? Yeah, that's one of the selling points. That's one of the selling points. I you know what I mean? I don't know. I seem to remember being told quite a bit that I was a hater and that the Xbox ROG Ally X was an Xbox. I remember being really, really ridiculed for saying that it wasn't. And now everybody's all like dancing on the grave of this is an Xbox marketing and celebrating Asha Sharma. And it's like, okay, but so the Helix is a what then? If it's primarily a PC, I mean, are we going to do this one more time where everybody insists something is something that it's not, and then once they realize they're wrong, they'll just act like they never said it? I mean, is that what we're going to keep doing? Junebug with a Prime, thank you so much for 35 months. Oops, I added to the wrong one. Next YouTube one, I'll add it to purple. That was my mistake. I clicked the wrong button. What are your thoughts on how much they're going to charge? I think the base game of GTA 6 is going to be $80. I think the base game will be $80, and I think there'll be like a $100 version, like a digital deluxe, and I think it will be it'll be like a 48-hour early access situation. That'd be my guess. The Take-Two stocks is sinking. Yeah, it dropped like $5. How much has it gone down now? On the day, it's back up a little bit. So it was down $5. Now it's only down a couple dollars. So I'm just checking the feeds here to see if anybody's saying anything. I don't think anybody is. I mean, yeah. The news cycle is basically at a standstill. Do you think physical copies will cost more like Mario Kart? I don't think so, no. I saw a leak saying they were going to do GTA Online like WoW and charge a monthly fee. I really hope that never happens. I don't think they will do that. Yes, sinking. It's only $2.40 per share now. Yeah, I mean, it only went down $5. Now it's only down like $1. I don't know. They're not tripping about the stock price. As soon as they fart about GTA, it'll skyrocket again. Yeah, I'm just going to hold. I'm not going to try and do the bounce back in, in and out, in and out, in and out. You know what I mean? Any point putting money in Take-Two will get much back? I have no idea. Yeah. I actually don't have any advice about stocks. That sounds like what I do. Generally, people are like, oh, buy low and sell high. And you know that it's probably going to continue to go up. So, clickbait with the waiting room. We had pretty good info that it was going to drop today with the pre-orders, so we were sitting around waiting for it. Don't like it, don't click, you know. I don't know. Be smarter than your own comment, I guess. MTO at 37 months says the Reforge and Colin interview was dissected into the ground this past weekend. Good job with the interviews. Keep them coming. I don't know what you're talking about, MTO. Dissect. You mean you? Thank you so much for 37 months, brother. Getting us to 43 on the week. Do you think Asha Sharma is going to implement AI properly with an Xbox? I have no idea. I think she's going to be doing Satya's bidding. Satya wants agentic AI at like every level of the company. So, Wired Rope says, no, weirdos are mad you are killing it. Okay. I guess they can be mad. I don't really care about their emotional state about my content. No clickbait. This is actually a waiting room. Is it a pointless waiting room? Sure, but it's a waiting room. That's true. Yeah. You know how to take the reservation. You don't know how to hold the reservation. You know how to run a waiting room. You know. Get out of debt and dollar cost average into the market and keep doing that. Try to get where you save 15% of your income for investments and don't panic. Gamerboy says he was talking about, I don't care. I don't pay any attention to that stuff, guys. I was at church and hanging out with my family yesterday. I spent the day with my kiddos on Saturday. I genuinely don't pay any attention to it because it doesn't concern me. What happens first, Destiny 2 news or GTA 6 pre-orders? We could take bets lightly. We could certainly take bets. I mean, it's hard to say because there are almost like hard dates where we know Destiny will talk, or Bungie will talk, I'm sorry. So, I mean, yeah, I would say GTA 6, I feel like it has to happen before. If GTA 6 doesn't do anything before the earnings calls this week, I'll be shocked, and then I have no idea what to say. Kaiser with 51 months on Member Plus. That sure looks great on you. Thank you. I appreciate that. This is from Into the AM. I dressed up for the occasion. And they are doing like a big sale now on their polos over there are so nice. They're super comfy. And they like no wrinkles, like this thing's like that stretchy material. It's great. You can use code LONO or go to intotheam.com/Lono. Unfortunately, Rockstar is so big, they're outsold the typical mold. I'm glad I don't do anything at work so I can sit here all day waiting for nothing. That's right. Excuse me. It's already too late. Unless they're trying to like surprise everybody, it does feel too late. I kind of agree with you. Until the stock market closes, there's a chance, but with the way that retailers operate, it would be super, super weird for them to be right now. Like, I want you to picture what can happen, okay? Zubair says, I can vouch for the polos. I bought a bunch. They're very soft, yes. And I don't like to wear nice shirts. And I'm like, man, I just switch to these full time. Wait, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, okay. So I want you to imagine right now the fact that pre-orders are not live. That means that people are walking into retailers saying, hey, I heard we could pre-order GTA 6 today, and those retailers are having to say no. That's very weird, isn't it? Like, you don't want that to be happening. If you want people pre-ordering your game, you don't want them going to a retailer right now and basically being told no. No, yeah, you can't pre-order the game right now. So if the trailer drops today, your pre-orders don't happen today. It would be like, yeah, you can pre-order tomorrow or something like that. MTO says, people said Colin gave you a multi-blink when you responded about anti-consumer being a misnomer. I didn't get that. What the heck is a multi-blink? Huh? A multi-blink? I don't even know what that... What do you even... When he responds about anti-consumer. So, because I say anti-consumer is a misnomer. Yeah, I think it is. I don't think it makes any sense. Because there's no such thing as pro-consumer. That's my opinion. I mean, people can disagree with me. That's fine. I've always had the opinion there's no such thing as pro-consumer. Companies are pro-profit. If they convince you that they're pro-consumer, then their plan has worked. Amazon lets me return things very easily. They're not pro-consumer. It's... You know what I'm saying? It's an opportunity for me to feel ingratiated to their brand. You and Colin don't need to see eye to eye on everything. Makes for a better show. Yeah, like, if the idea is that Colin didn't agree with some of the things I said, that's totally fine. That's great. I'm actually thinking about trying to find areas where we disagree and having him on specifically for those topics, because I think that would be an enjoyable show. To disagree with somebody who I consider to be very smart and tuned in, plugged into the gaming industry, I think that'd make for a great show. So, I didn't think that was a good first show. Hey, welcome to the show. We're going to disagree the whole time. We don't really have a rapport yet. Like, I thought, yeah, we'll go 30,000 feet. We'll have a good discussion. It was cordial. It was fine. He was very sweet. He was, we've exchanged some pleasantries and DMs afterwards, about him coming back on, and other opportunities to do things together. And, I did not think it would have been a good show to be like, hey, welcome to the show. We're going to disagree the whole time. So I kept it a little bit more light and 30,000 foot. And then I think after we had a good show and we got along rather well, we could do another show, particularly on a topic maybe where we disagree more. And I think that could be more entertaining than another show at 30,000 feet, if that makes sense. So... RB says, we had a big argument about Kill the Justice League on one of your older streams 2 years ago now. Oh, we did? What did we argue about? Yeah. The ideal guest is respectful, informed, and disagrees with Lono about everything. That would be the best. That would be the best. I mean, we had on King David, and he and I didn't disagree on almost anything. The thing that Colin and I didn't see eye to eye on was Herman Holst, and I wasn't going to push it. I was like, from my perspective, it wasn't a demotion. From his perspective and from King David's perspective, Herman Holst was demoted. And I'm like, his title didn't change, and the co-CEO thing to me, this again is my opinion, I could be uninformed. I'm less plugged in than Colin. I could be uninformed here. But the co-CEO thing was meant to be temporary. I don't think it was meant to be a permanent thing. I don't know if it was ever positioned as a permanent thing, but you know what I mean? If I'm wrong and it was meant to be a permanent thing, then I agree. It was a demotion. I was under the impression it was a temporary thing. Co-CEO? I mean, Netflix has co-CEOs, so maybe it was meant to be a long-term thing. Maybe my ignorant understanding of co-CEO is that it's a temporary solution and not a permanent one. If it was meant to be permanent, then it was a demotion. And at some level, I think Herman Holst deserved to be kind of put into his place after what happened with Concord. So, I agree with Colin on Holst for what it's worth. Yeah, I think there's room to disagree there. That's fine. People kept saying that his job changed, and I was like, but his title didn't change. He had the same job title. To me, co-CEO was an interim thing. If I'm wrong and incorrect on that, so be it. That's not that big of a deal to me. Thank you so much, Keeg, for re-upping. Love you 2.0. Thank you, dude. Thank you for doing it on both, supporting on both places and using your Prime 43 months. The grand pursuit may be pro-profit, not pro-consumer, but if a company often takes actions that are beneficial to the consumer or cater to the consumer when they do not have to, people generally call that pro-consumer, not the company's end goal. Maybe I'm just more cynical. I don't see anything a company does if they're doing it so the customer is happy and so the customer keeps coming back. I don't think that's pro-consumer. I think it's pro-profit. It's designed to ingratiate loyalty. The means to the end is 100% profit-driven. It is. Smaller companies, like a small business, like a guy cutting your grass, can 100% just do right by you and do you a solid, like your wife passed away or something, and he mows your lawn, doesn't charge you, takes care of everything. That is that guy just being like pro you, like pro neighbor, like almost like he's like loving you. He's being neighborly to you. You get to the size of these companies, Microsoft, Sony, Amazon, Google. Homies, that's not pro-consumer. It's not. To call anything these companies do pro-consumer, I do. I believe it's a misnomer. It doesn't make sense. There's no such thing. It's like everything they're doing has, it's all means to an end. They want to maximize profit. They want to maximize the amount of money and loyalty that you have to them. So maybe I'm creating a false dichotomy that like both things can be true. They can really value customer trust, and so they do things that you could call pro-consumer that are also pro-profit. I find them to be antonyms. I don't find them to be things that can go together. It's like their goal is to get money from you. That is their goal. Everything is done in subservience to that. It is their God. And so to call any of their actions pro-consumer, the reason I bristle at it is I'm like, these companies don't give a frick about you. They don't care about you. They're not pro you at all. They're not for you. Right? Maybe I'm in like therapeutic counseling language too much. Because when I'm like, oh, I'm for you. I'm behind you. I'm for your good. And I'm like, none of these companies have that posture towards you. Do you know what I mean? It's possible my own sort of bias and background and my education and the way I view people, I'm like, these companies aren't pro you, dude. Like, they're just not. They're not for you. They're not for your good. They're not seeking you first. They're not preferring you. They want profit. Sora with the $5 super chat. At this point, I'm going to call my local store when it opens to see if I can pre-order, preparing myself for sadness. Yeah, I don't think pre-orders are today because I don't think they want retailers telling people no today. That would be very backwards. So, you guys going to watch Mando Friday? Probably not. There's no pre-order. That's just fake because the game isn't coming out. Yeah, it's totally not coming out. CEO for one of the biggest publishers in the world did 4 interviews in the last 2 weeks talking about how it's coming and the date's locked in, which would then be misleading shareholders, which would lead to, probably billions of dollars in losses and a lawsuit and him losing his job, might even facing jail time. But yeah, it's not coming. You're right. I appreciate when they try, though, because they really don't have to. It's like Arrowhead ignoring player feedback when other devs listen and actually care. I don't think you're wrong, says Solemn. I think you just consider deeper meaning in it than most people want to talk about it. That's why there seems to be a disconnect with what you are saying and the people that disagree with you. I think that's probably where I go awry, is I view that kind of language as like, it's almost like when we would have the discussion about, can a number 7 on a review be a good game? Because of the way I look at the word good. We had this discussion a while ago, like my own sort of moral beliefs, my like foundational beliefs about like morality, the idea of good as a word, it makes it so hard for me to look at a score like that and be like, yeah, those two things go together. A 7 and the word good. I'm like, what? Like, I would never open up Steam, see a game with a 70% and go, that's a good game. I'd be like, no, that game's probably got a lot of rough edges. 70 is not a very good score. We know that a game on like Steam, like in early access or something, or maybe it's some small studio, it's like their first game, if it's got like a 70, you know that game's going to have probably a good amount of problems. It's playable, it runs, but it's not great. It's not good. It's like, yeah, it's fine, So, like, I remember us having that debate and me being like, it's possible that I just put way too much weight into the word good. And when I think of, like, pro-consumer, maybe I'm viewing it in a way that others aren't really using it. I'm like, they're not pro-you. They're not for you. They don't give a frick about you. And maybe people are just literally mean like, well, no, it's something that's intended to be directed to benefit the consumer. That could also mean it's meant to drive profit. Like, both things could be true. It's possible I'm being too dichotomous about it. Like, maybe I'm creating a false binary or a false dichotomy where, like, it's either pro-consumer or pro-profit. It can't be both. And it's like, maybe I'm wrong. You know, maybe there's better room for nuance there. Maybe I should be saying nothing is purely pro-consumer. Maybe that's how I should phrase my position. Nothing is purely pro-consumer. Even something that appears to be pro-consumer on the surface is at ground level pro-profit. You can stop yapping. It's a talk show. I know with your limited intelligence and your emotional instability in my chat, you're having a hard time understanding what I'm doing. I yap for a living. So, close the stream and move on. I think you should take your own advice, which I've assisted you in that. That's why Amazon got so much hype. People would buy something, use it for 30 days, send it back. No other company has a return window that good. Even got COD streamers streaming waiting rooms today. What about a non-profit organization? A non-profit organization is not engaging with consumers. You're not consuming. A non-profit? A non-profit like a charity? What are you consuming from them? You're a consumer of what? St. Jude's Children's Hospital? Like, you just, how are you how is there a consumer relationship with a non-profit? A non-profit can't be pro-consumer because there's no consumer relation. I mean, again, educate me. How would you have a consumer relationship with a non-profit? A non-profit could have consumers, but they aren't profit-driven. How? Like, what's an example of a non-profit that would have consumers? And again, in our context, we're never talking about non-profits, so it is somewhat irrelevant, but I can't even think of one. What are you consuming? Non-profits sell products to raise money all the time. But at that point, you're not a consumer. You're contributing to a charity. If someone comes to my door and says, we're selling candy bars so this charity can send these kids to a camp, and I'm like, that's great, and I buy the candy bar, that's not a consumer relationship. I'm supporting a charity at that point. I don't know. I feel like we're getting loose with terminology here. Like, within the field of, like, economics, would we call that a consumer relationship? Or am I a patron or I'm donating at some level? Like, yeah, I'm getting something, like a raffle ticket or a candy bar. I don't know. Red Cross selling t-shirts and having a friendly refund policy. See last, there are also laptops for the same purpose. Hang on. I think the Raspberry Pi group started as a non-profit. It was for education. Yeah, I mean, so you may be able to come up with instances where a non-profit or a charity is basically selling something that you can buy and consume. But again, are they pro-consumer? If they're trying to raise money for a charity, like, again, are they being pro-consumer? Like, oh, these candy bars are priced really great. Wow, this is amazing. If the candy bars were donated by Hershey and the charity didn't pay for them, and they're selling the candy bars for $1, and I'm like, wow, this is really pro-consumer of you. These are so cheap compared to the ones I could buy at the store. That's just such a weird way to phrase it. The nonprofit would have a guiding mission statement. I mean, creating goodwill for a consumer base can factor into building brand, thus growing the consumer base. Steam offers a very consumer-friendly feature. I like consumer-friendly more than pro-consumer because consumer-friendly makes more sense. It creates a better picture in my mind. I feel like it's a far better term because there's a relationship there. They're being friendly toward you. They have a consumer-friendly posture toward you, and that ingratiates you to them, and then you're loyal to them, and then they make tons of money, right? Okay, Steam has been very successful in this regard, right? And we're probably having a bit of a surge of viewers because it's on the hour. If it's not here by noon, boys, I don't think it's happening today. That's why I like consumer-friendly a whole lot more. Pro-consumer just brings with it this idea. I don't know. The other reason I'm very hesitant to use a term like pro-consumer is it's commonly used in environments of like this very weird form of consumeristic sort of tribalism where like you're cheering for your brand. They're pro-consumer and those guys over there are anti-consumer. And I'm like, I don't know. I think my hackles get raised and I'm immediately critical of the term and the way that it's used because it's commonly used in ways that just lack nuance and create this weird, like, tribalistic debate. Like, I don't like the term. I feel like it's a misnomer because it creates a total false image and picture. I'm with you, Lono, but I'm also a pedantic a-hole, so take that for what it's worth. No, I like, massaging a topic down to the bone to be like, could we be more precise here? Maybe I'm being, again, too dichotomous and rigid on it and being like, yeah, it's not a term, it's a misnomer. I could be like, I don't really like the term. I think it carries a lot of weird baggage and weight in the discussion. It's used to create an idea, to like demonize a company, to make another company seem anti-consumer when they're all doing the same thing. They're all pro-profit. They're all trying to leverage the market and your loyalty to get more money. That's what they're all trying to do. And so I prefer consumer-friendly. Who's being more consumer-friendly? Like, who's better on refunds? Steam, without a doubt. Steam wins in refund land. And I think these other platforms should do similar setups with refunds. I get what you mean. I agree. I do appreciate when companies do good stuff, but we're also not besties. Pro-consumer means one thing. I like consumer-friendly to mean the other thing. I'm not sure what you mean. Told you it's not happening today. It's tomorrow. Take Two Tuesday. Pretty much everybody that thinks it's not happening today thinks it's happening later in the summer, which, listen, I'll take it. It happening tomorrow would be a pretty big bummer for me. I love PlayStation, but they're the worst in the refund department. Yeah. I like PlayStation Studios. I like their games. I think the way they handle refunds is stupid. I think it'd be very easy for them to give refunds, especially if the game has simply not been opened. Pro-consumer is not a thing companies actually do. Consumer-friendly is a thing companies actually do. It's about the intent. Yes. Trailer 3 is never dropping. It's never dropping. They're going to do zero marketing until before the game comes out. This is my only opinion, by the way, but this is Rockstar Games we're talking about. I still doubt that the pre-order is today, and perchance... I don't think pre-order is today because it's too late in the day now. For hours now, retailers have had to tell people, no, you can't pre-order. I've never had any trouble getting a refund on PlayStation. What do you mean? I want you to tell me how often you've done it and tell me the process by which you've done it. Didn't they fix the refund situation? No, they have not fixed the refund situation. If you download the game, they tell you can't refund it. So what are you buying games, not downloading them and refunding them? How do you even know you want to refund it at that point? What country are you in? Yeah, that's also helpful. We need to know the details here. Because I don't think refunding on PlayStation is easy at all. Okay, future game show, which we cover June the 6th. This is coming at us quick, boys. There will be an extended gameplay reveal of Exodus. We will definitely be covering that. We are one of the partners of Future Game Show. We're one of their official co-streamers. We love covering their events. They've always been very friendly and very kind to me. Sent me some swag and some cool stuff in the past. They're dope homies over there. I heard that if you say your child downloaded the game without your permission, they will give you a refund. Okay, United States, Oklahoma, 0 times has it taken more than a few minutes. You've done it 4 or 5 times. I went to the website and used the chat function. What reason did you provide, Teller? What reason? I bought it by mistake. Has it not been downloaded to your console yet? PlayStation's refund policy in Uganda is very favorable. So if I pre-order... Yeah, that's my other question, Teller. Did you get refunds on pre-orders as well? Like, was the game not even downloadable yet? No, there's no trailer out for the game. Yeah, did you download the games? Was it a pre-order? I want to know how you got 4 or 5 refunds with, like, 0 pushback. It took you 4 or 5 times to use the chat function, and it didn't take more than a few minutes. I need more details. Because that, again, seems crazy. Then you're a ghost in the machine. Most people don't have it that easy. That's what I'm saying, Harbinger. Like, who do you know? Once was a refund before playing. The other times it was after playing the game only very briefly. Less than an hour for sure. Games weren't what I expected. You got insanely lucky. You on multiple occasions refunded games that you had played for a short amount of time. I think that you got very lucky, bro. Because that is, right now, if everybody tried this week to buy like a $10 game as an experiment and played it for 5 minutes and try to get a refund, I bet most of us would be told no. The majority of us would be totally shut down. No, you downloaded it and you played it, no refund. Were those games Cyberpunk or High Guard? What's good, Hollow? How are you? I got the Platinum for Soros last night. Awesome game. Sucks it's a niche game, as I believe it's a Game of the Year contender. I think it could certainly get some awards this year, and some noms as well. I think it'll do just fine. Did you sign up to officially co-stream Summer Game Fest? Oh, I still need to do that. Yeah, we always get approved for that. You just fill out the form and they send you like a welcome thing. I just need to do it. I haven't done it yet. The one time I did a refund, I lied and said my kid purchased it by mistake, and the chat agent basically told me, make sure my kid doesn't do it again. I was appalled. I'm appalled. I'm appalled at my own behavior. After the stream ends, have a safe trip. I thought I would say this in case I'm not here. Thank you, Haseo. I appreciate you, bro. I've never been successfully granted a refund from Sony. Me either. I got a refund from Xbox for Crimson Desert because the download hadn't completed yet, and I believe we were still before release date. And Cardoc Ren drops a 5 bomb over there on Twitch. Secures the 50. And I'm 50. I owe a member to YouTube and I owe a member to Twitch. We're having a great day. Even though it's not a full week for you guys to work on the goal, you're still working on the goal. You got to respect it. You got to respect it, boys. Sony told me no. The reason was because I downloaded the game and played it. Yeah, I downloaded Elden Ring Night Rain, didn't even play it, and they wouldn't refund me. Like, once I realized we weren't going to be able to stream it because I didn't have enough people to play, I was like, I wasn't that interested in the game to begin with. I was going to, like, stream it with some buddies in the stream, you know, from the Discord, I mean. And because it didn't have crossplay, I was like, well, we don't have enough people to play it. And I knew I wasn't going to play the game after that date. I was literally going to buy it purely for that stream. I was like, well, if we're not going to play it, let me try and get a refund. They're like, no, you downloaded it. I was like, you can literally see I have not played the game. They're like, our policy states that once you download the game, it cannot be refunded. And I'm like, that's the dumbest thing ever. The difference between me canceling the download and accepting the download, they're basically the exact same because I didn't play the game. Maybe it's because I've only asked for like 4 or 5 and 13 years. I've asked for 1 and got told no, so I don't know. Maybe they really like you. It's not like I don't spend a lot of money either. It's not like it's possible you spend an exorbitant more than I do, and they're like, yeah, that's fine. You know, give him his money back. He spends money, you know, on like a weekly basis. Is this a DM? No. Cyclops and the Thing are the new characters in Marvel Cosmic Invasion. I was playing that with my neighbor, and yeah. I was really enjoying it, and I just basically saved our spot. And I was like, hey, if we ever get together again, you know, have some bourbon or whatever, we'll play. And we just haven't. We haven't been able to. Is Detective Seeds trustable anymore? He said all the GTA stuff was indeed going to happen today, according to his sources. I don't think he said that. I thought he said this week. I thought he said he didn't have a date. He literally says, I have said before, I have no idea when the GTA 6 Trailer 3 will release and have never claimed to know exactly when that will be. I just had info on the pre-order date. I even know the timeline of day, the time frame of day, and they did not believe Take-Two wanted to do the same day. So again, that's why I strongly believe that Trailer 3 would be this week. At the end of the day, they 100% could release it Monday with the pre-order now. At the end, due to the time pre-orders will open. I know it's exciting. I love GTA series and Rockstar as a dev. Just enjoy the weekend, drink some water, go outside for a walk, play some video games, soak up some life, because when November arrives, this game on. Yeah, I don't understand. He's literally saying he doesn't know. He says he knows the time frame. He won't divulge. He's not divulging the time frame. But he's saying he doesn't know the exact time the trailer is going to land. Kitty Cat says no news on GTA 6 till August. I think that would be absolutely insane to do nothing the whole summer. Just seems kind of crazy. The interesting thing is when it launches, that day we will see many people calling off of work, possibly causing some economic issues. I mean, come on. I mean, that's what Tom Henderson said. Tom Henderson did not say that that's when it's happening. He said that's when he believes it will happen. So Tom, you have to be careful. Tom was very careful to say he does not have any sources telling him that. That's just what he believes. And listen, Tom's pretty locked in, pretty informed guy. You know, his prediction could be rock solid. My opinion, and I'm not saying he's wrong or incorrect, I'm just saying that would be crazy for them to literally say nothing. To say nothing this week is just wild. Is just absolutely wild. I don't know. I feel you. They're not pro-consumer. Rockstar can and will do whatever the heck they want. This is true. I mean, that's fair, Jakob. That is. I just thought this man walked into multiple earnings calls and said the date was solid, and the date wasn't solid. I thought he wanted to have a different experience this time. You know, he wanted to be able to walk in and say, we pushed out our third trailer. We've had 72 hours of pre-orders, and here are our estimates. You know, like it's for him to one more time say that this date's solid. This date's solid. I don't know. I also felt like they were ramping up the marketing. The homie did like 3 or 4 interviews in the last 2 weeks, and he's doing a fireside chat a week after the earnings call. So again, I was like, this is a great week to start before that earnings call. $5 super chat from Sora. Called my local GameStop. Just opened at 10. They said, not currently with us. That's why I don't think pre-orders are today. They don't want retailers saying that. Thank you for the $5 super chat, by the way. If you guys have not hit the like button yet, go ahead and hit the like button. Thank you to all the people hitting subscribe on YouTube today. It looks like we are going to hit a milestone of 60,000 subscribers, which is pretty exciting. I know a lot of folks sub just to talk for a little bit. I get that, and we appreciate that. We appreciate you guys subscribing. Hopefully you come back for the other content and the other things that we do. We do daily live streams and talks. We do a Monday through Friday show talking about the various things in gaming news, various developments. The difficulty right now, and this is why I'm not too broken up about having to go out of town, is until this thing happens, the marketing's in a stranglehold, and also things tend to get really quiet before Summer Game Fest anyway. They do. They just tend to get a little quiet because everybody's kind of holding their trailers and holding their announcements. So middle to end of May is usually a little bit of a bit of a desert. That's why I kind of thought it was prime real estate to drop the trailer and the pre-orders. It made sense to me. It did. It made sense that it felt like prime real estate. It's a bit of a valley and a bit of a desert marketing wise, and it's positioned right before an earnings call. It's positioned right before a big marketing funnel with everybody else. So, when's pre-order? I don't think it's today. I really don't. They could do it. They could still do, I think, a trailer today and say, hey, pre-orders go live tomorrow or something. I'm still of the belief that they want to drop a trailer and they want pre-orders to start before the earnings call. So, yeah. I think chat might be doing that thing. I'm going to reload all my chats. Okay. Yeah, it did. I could tell. I was like, chat just came to like a dead stop. That's been happening now, and it doesn't even tell me that it's happened. I just look at chat and I'm like, oh, nobody said anything for a few minutes. That's bizarre. There we go. One more minute. Why would they drop it at like 11:19 or 11:20 on both or YouTube? It seems to happen to Twitch if I stream for a long time. I think it's something the browsers are doing now with caching, but Twitch chat activity is like 1/10 of what happens on YouTube. So the more chat activity we get, the more it seems to happen. Xbox had the big marketing deal for GTA 4 at E3 2006, and now Sony has the marketing deal for GTA 6, so seeing it as state of play is not out of the realm of possibility. I don't think you're wrong, but I also think announcing and releasing the next trailer and having pre-orders and all that, I don't know. GTA 5 pre-orders went live at 2:35 p.m. Red Dead Redemption 2 pre-orders went live at 1:42 p.m. What? Why are you for real? Is that accurate research that they had pre-orders going live at like random times? That doesn't make an ounce of sense to me. The only reason it could still happen today is because they haven't tweeted anything. Who is smoking crack? Yeah, where did you get that information? Pre-orders for GTA 5 went live at 2:35? And then Red Dead pre-orders went live at 1:42? The only thing I care about is GTA 6 if there's 60 FPS mode. Go to when they announced it? Oh, like you're going back and searching? Off of their X? I just don't know. Somebody says it's too early in the day to smoke crack. I didn't realize there were good times of day to do that. No geek t-shirt today. No, this is a really nice and very comfortable polo from Into the AM. So we did an activation with them today. So be sure to check out intotheam.com/Lono, or if you shop at Into the AM and take advantage of their big sale that they're having, use code Lono. Xbox updated the link for GTA 6 from wishlist to buy sometime within the last 20 minutes. GTA 6 Xbox Store. I just can wishlist it. What are you talking about? I can only wishlist it on the Xbox Store. This guy says, holy crap, it's out. It's out. Yeah? You understand, I literally have their Twitter feed and their YouTube channel right in front of me. Like, if it was out, I always wonder if people think that we're going to fall for that. Like, so it's out and you're busy spamming. You're just busy spamming my channel instead of watching it. On the YouTube app, it says 446 videos. I mean, they're 416 according to mine. 416. Yeah, I can't buy GTA 6 on Xbox. It literally just says add to wish list. So, a pre-order launch would most likely happen somewhere between 1 p.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time. Why? Why then? What's your reasoning? My prediction was to highlight the window at 11:19. Oh, I mean, dropping something at 11:19 doesn't really highlight the release date of 11:19. That would be weird. Oh my gosh, Rockstar just sent me a copy of GTA 6. You're not understanding what I'm saying? I mean, I'm reading a lot of chat. What did you say? Xbox updated the link for GTA from wishlist to buy. Oh, you mean like when I search it on Google? You mean this? Buy Grand Theft Auto? Buy Grand Theft Auto? Is that what you're referring to? They're going by this. I don't believe it. GTA 6 pre-orders apparently go live at 7 a.m. Eastern, according a Walmart employee leaked it. Hang on, let me look at this. This doesn't seem... GTA 6 isn't in Walmart's catalog yet. Physical pre-orders are expected to open around May 18th. Check back shortly. I mean, today is May 18th. Brett says, I can confirm that this said unavailable today. Wait, where did it say unavailable, Brett? So, Brett, it says install to Brett's Xbox. I know you're not trolling, Brett. That's not your style. So, where did it say unavailable? In the green box? Brett, I need a response. He might be switching back to YouTube, so maybe he didn't hear me. Install to Brett's Xbox. I mean, it definitely seems like everybody's getting ready, because it is true when you search it on Xbox, the hyperlink says buy, and you're saying that up till today it said wish list. The install message has always been like that. You can choose to install. You can't choose to install until you've paid for the game. Yeah, how does it say install if you haven't paid for it? again, if all these websites on the back end are starting to update to prepare for this or what have you, it could be that they are preparing. It doesn't mean it's today. It could be that their back end of all of the infrastructure is preparing for it to happen, which means it could be tomorrow. It could be this evening. I don't know. It would be weird for it to open and be available. What? Oh. It could be odd or to do it. I don't think they would do it before. I'm sorry. I don't think they would do it after the stock market closes. That would be insane to me. Noon, maybe? Yeah. It has a 1-star review. Yeah, how is it reviewable? What is that? That screenshot's weird, Brett. Homie's got a screenshot with a 1-star. It's got one person reviewed it. Waiting for this is like waiting for the black hole. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back. A $2 super chat from Sora says, my uncle works at Rockstar and said the game's canceled. Man, that's unfortunate. Pack it up, boys. It's been canceled. Okay. You missed it? They posted it and immediately took it down. I missed it. I just checked my Xbox app and it says the same thing. You can click play on downloaded and install pre-installs. It will attempt to start and then say, sorry, can't be played back. Come back later. Huh. Paul says it's 100% coming out. That's the preload on the Xbox. Fuzzy says, mine installed in 7 seconds. Well, it could happen in the next 30 minutes. I mean, noon's not a terrible time. Wait, Paul, what? I don't understand what you did there. You've got it preloaded? How'd you do that? What is that? GTA 6 fans are hoping pre-orders are today. You downloaded it using the mobile install? Could people do that prior to today? Talus Gaming says yes. I don't know. Likely when you pre-order certain games on Xbox. Nintendo dropped the Star Fox Direct real late. Maybe that's the new trend. I mean, I guess. Again, you would think they would want it to land when the market's open. Because the impact on the stock market is going to be pretty significant. Oh my golly gosh, it's really happening. Maybe at some point, eventually. Yo, thank you for the raid, Chrono. Can Rockstar hurry up? It should be posted any minute now. I mean, it could be tomorrow. I am just continuing to feel that this week and pre-orders make sense to me. I don't know. Remember how we were saying, like, oh, they might want to play nice with their partners and they might not want to walk all over them. There's plenty of time between now and all those other things that are happening. When is pre-order? We all thought it was today because of that leak. And now people are coming out and saying that the leak was an error, but it took them all weekend to figure that out. I don't know. Why pre-order a digital game just to say wish list now? Oh no, for the reason they would want people to pre-order is so they can, they can tell their shareholders, look how much revenue we're already generating. Polymarket and Kalshi don't care about traditional market times. I mean, they do, but it's more fragmented. It'll come later, like Red Dead 2 and GTA. Thank you for raiding on both platforms, Chrono. I appreciate it, guys. Make sure and check out Chrono. Doing a daily, I don't know about a daily show, but going live on multiple platforms, multiple times throughout the week. $2 super chat from Alex. Can confirm on my Xbox app, it gave me the option. It gave me an option there. Week daily. Week daily. He streams week daily, y'all. I mean, listen, I'll be the first to say that, like, if you search it on Xbox on Google, it now says buy, and, the mobile app does seem to be changing. I got this on the PlayStation mobile app. It says 11/19/2026. Yeah, there's no update on the PlayStation mobile front. And again, it doesn't mean anything's happening today, but it could quite literally be that the storefronts are just getting ready. It could be today, tomorrow. I mean, it could be the day of the earnings call. And they're literally just getting ready. Like, the storefronts are just kind of preparing for what will be an onslaught of activity and of pre-orders. I mean, the processing and logistics to take all those orders at once is going to be insane. Is that Xbox mobile screenshot AI like the last one? Hopefully not. Hopefully not. We got to the bottom of that, though. We got to the bottom of that. He used AI to remove, like, credit card info. He didn't fake the image. You can download on Xbox. Check Xbox. I know that's what people are saying, but you're not actually downloading the game. It's like a placeholder. Right? I'm assuming when it downloads on your Xbox, it takes like a second. Because it's not the actual game. It may only be the Xbox app. I tested to see if Judas comes up the same on Xbox Mobile, and it does say install. You cannot buy or pre-order Judas. Yeah, it's just a client placeholder. Yeah, it's nothing. It's nothing of significance. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with GTA 6. Yeah, the install to console apparently can be done with other games. Somebody just said they did the same thing with Judas, so I don't know if it's related to anything changing with GTA 6. $10 a.m. Pacific is when digital storefronts update with weekly discounts. Really? So you think 1 o'clock? I just don't know. It'd be really, really weird to, again, if you go into a retailer right now, they're telling you no. They're telling you no. Nobody can get a wink and a nudge from a retailer to be like, yeah, later today, 1 o'clock. Like, come on, dude. You got people working all across, how many states and cities and regions right now being like, no, you can't pre-order it right now. None of them are gonna they're not gonna slip up and say, oh no, yeah, just hold off. If it was today at 1 o'clock, don't you think those retailers would be like, oh yeah, it's about to happen? Like somebody working part-time at a GameStop or a Best Buy. They wouldn't let it slip. I don't know about that. How in the world do you keep that kind of a thing quiet? Do game stores sign NDAs? But that's what I'm saying. Somebody somewhere would be like, wink, wink. Yeah, you can't do it today, wink, wink. But you might want to come back to the store at 1 this afternoon, wink, wink. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. That would be an incredibly hard thing to keep secret. All it would take is one person seeing it in their system available today, taking a screenshot and sending it to their friend. And at that point, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. There are so many people right now who could go into the system at Best Buy, at GameStop, and be like, oh, look at that. People are going to be able to get the game today at 1 o'clock. Boom, they would take a screenshot of it. They would send that as a text to their friend, and then it would be all over the internet, and you would probably never know who did it. The rank and file cashier making like $15 an hour doesn't care. Yeah, they're like, I don't know. When I worked at GameStop as store manager, my DMs always told us the morning of there was a huge pre-order dropping. Right, so those employees would know. You'd either be able to see it on the back end or you would be told. Why would employees not be privy to pre-order info? I imagine they'd be super secretive about that. As I said a couple of times in the past, and last week especially, this is when the leaks start to happen because too many people start to see things and know about things. Some outfits have leaned into it. Like, remember when the posters got sent for Destiny Rise of Iron to GameStop? And they got leaked. Why? Because all it takes is one person to take a picture and send it to their friend. And then it's over at that point. It will not stay secret. It won't. It just will not. It won't. So if right now, internally, somebody could open up a computer at GameStop or Best Buy and see that the pre-orders go live today at 1, I feel like that would already be on the internet. High-level managers are probably the only ones that know. Yeah, if they've managed to keep it completely secret and quiet, so none of the internal systems have been updated, I just don't know. That just seems very, very difficult to manage. While unlikely, the litigation that could come from that, if someone were caught, would be peak right now. You still got yours? You still have your Rise of Iron poster? Nice. I'm sure Best Buy's in a ton of trouble right now. I don't know if Best Buy's in a ton of trouble because it wasn't them. It was an outfit called Impact Mark. It was a marketing agency. They work with affiliates and like do kickback links for people. I'm sure they have to keep these things secret. I have a very, very hard time believing that they're actually keeping this a secret. Like that all these employees at Best Buy and GameStop and all these places are right now privy to the info and it's not leaking. I don't know. And again, if it's completely locked down internally and only really higher ups know about it, like maybe. Wish me luck on my finals. Good luck on your finals. Like, at this point, I could see maybe the trailer dropping today and pre-orders going live tomorrow or something like that. I don't know. That also feels incredibly hard to keep a secret. Like, if it's in the system and it's going to roll over to being to where you will be able to pre-order it, how in the world has nobody managed to sneak a screenshot of that? Like a little snapshot with their phone. GTA Fanatics okay? No, they're not okay. They'll never be okay. The GameStop systems don't give you a time for when they drop. They're just grayed out pre-order button that completely literally activates with the... Oh, so it literally just turns on all of a sudden? Someone tight with a manager, and that manager would surely say something to them. When do you think the trailer is coming out? I think it comes out before the earnings call. The earnings call's on Thursday, and I've continued to say it just makes sense to drop it before that date. Imagine if it does leak. It'd be super easy to track down. What GameStop cashier wants to wrestle with Rockstar's lawyers? I don't know, dude. People are dumb. I mean, we've seen guys do all kinds of crazy stuff and get in big trouble legally. What was that? Didn't the one guy get in a ton of trouble with the Starfield thing? What day? There are people that think it's tomorrow. And again, that's a huge bummer. I'll be out of town. Man, when I heard it was today, I was like, wow, what a send-off. You know, when that initial leak happened with the marketing agency, it said that there was a campaign that was going to run today until the 21st. That also made sense because the 21st is the earnings call. Yeah, so I don't know. That all added up to me. Cashier is likely insolvent. There'd be nothing to recover. Yeah, what are you going to do? Insider says there is truth to Sony exploring the revival of its older IPs. I just really wonder how they're going to do it, because we're hearing that like they're looking at Infamous, but it wouldn't be Sucker Punch. I just don't know, because I've always said a lot of those older IPs, they just wouldn't have any traction. Like Revive, like are they going to do like a collection? Are they going to do like a remaster collection or something? I have a really, really hard time believing they're going to have any of their mainline studios working on like a Jack and Daxter game or something. I just don't know. And they're exploring reviving it, right? Okay. So are they exploring reviving it in a way where you'd like have some studio doing like a collection or something, remakes like the God of War games. If they start talking about doing a bunch of remakes of old IPs, I'm going to be pretty ticked off that they got. I'll be even more angry that they got rid of Blue Point. Yeah, you know, we're exploring doing remakes of all our older games. We got rid of a prestigious, you know, high pedigree remake studio. Infamous would be received very different than Jak and Daxter, though. This is, I would never deny that. But it'd be pretty frustrating if they were like, yeah, we're going to do a bunch of remakes of our older games, and then it's like, and where's Blue Point? Blue Point could help with this, you dummies. You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing? Like, I'm not against them bringing back older IPs either. I'm not. It's like, well, if you're going to do it, do it. But you got rid of a great remake studio. They could help with all of this. But yeah, a new Infamous is what we heard. That's not like a revival necessarily. I mean, I guess you could call that a revival. You know? You could call that a revival. That doesn't... A revival to me feels like you'd do like a remaster or a remake or something. Infamous will look crazy good on a Pro, especially if they got to use the Housemarque-like particle system. I have a great idea. Let's bring back some old IPs, but let's shut down Blue Point. Right, Snake Eyes? Like, how do those meetings happen within months of each other? Like, yeah, we're going to shut down Blue Point. And like a month or two later, they're like, let's revive some of the old IPs. And Blue Point's like, what? We were right there. You know? Like, come on. Because if I don't know, that was one of the things that surprised me about them shutting it down, was like, if you're gonna shut it down, like, why wouldn't you at least explore some remakes of like do like a collection, do like a retread of the classics or something like that. To me, that was like, you could at least do that. Give them one more project and see how it goes, instead of just being like, yeah, well, you know, we got told no on the Bloodborne thing. We got told no on the Bloodborne thing, so you gotta go. Like, okay. They could do a Resistance trilogy with PSVR 2 support. Blue Point, was I a joke to you? Right, Chrono? Man. Higher ups at Sony are really, really dumb for getting rid of Blue Point. I just can't imagine being like, we can't find anything for you. You have like a treasure trove of IP, and you're like, yeah, we can't find anything for you. Sorry. There's not a single idea comes to mind. Like, all right. Seems like an absolute waste of resources. My argument was simple. Like, the operational cost of Blue Point couldn't have been that much to be like, oh yeah, we can't keep you open for another couple of years. Yeah, Blue Point could be making GTA 7 as we speak. You hope Take-Two unleashes Rockstar today? That's what I'm saying, dude. That's what I'm saying. All right. Let's see. Let's do a new one. Axing that studio is smooth brain move. Yeah. It didn't seem to me like they necessarily needed to like justify shutting them down, given that they wasn't some big studio. It's like you couldn't have them supporting, like they were helping, You've got Nixus helping Soros come to the market. You know, Bluepoint at one point in time was helping with Ragnarok. So again, you just have to wonder, like, why you couldn't plug them in anywhere? Like, all right. My assumption is Herman needs to be fired, or Sony leadership doesn't want to fund a whole studio only for remakes if they undersell like Demon Souls. I don't know. It just feels weird that y'all boy Nishino. Was it Hideki Nishino's decision? I don't know. You know, it's really, really hard to know what exactly their thought process is on it. They should have supported Telu Online. Well, again, I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if I agree with the idea of like grabbing a studio like Bluepoint and like having them support a live service game. I don't know if that's their core competency. I don't know if that would be the right call. I think a lot of these studios thought, oh, we could totally do, you know, a live service game. It'd be real easy. It's like, not necessarily. I think a lot of what they did was super foolhardy in thinking that like you could just totally grab a single player studio and just throw their production, you know, their production strength and budget at a live service game. And I'm like, it's not that simple. It's never been that simple. If YouTubers were quiet, I think we get a chance. We don't get it because it changes if you guys making so many videos from news. But people are going to do that regardless. I think the idea that a company the size of Take-Two and Rockstar are doing anything in response to the fact that like YouTubers are making videos, I just don't think so. I do not think they're sitting and moving and making adjustments. You're talking about something that impacts their share value by billions of dollars. They don't make those kinds of decisions because like a YouTuber is streaming to 700 people. We are not seismic or tectonic in this landscape at all. If every single big streamer in the world right now was streaming and you had millions of people waiting with bated breath to like watch the trailer, I still don't think they'd be like, yeah, we better not, or well, we better do it. Like, I don't think you can put pressure on a company this size simply by covering something. They're far too calculating and they plan way too far ahead for that to be the case. So, and we're probably going to get a surge of people in here in the next little bit. If you hit like, it helps me out. If you hit sub, it helps me out. We are trying to hit a member goal on the channel. If you guys want to support the channel directly for $5 a month, you get a badge and emotes and you get access to my Discord. And we do fun incentives. We did 2 streams last week. Friday night we played Directive 8020, and then Saturday night my wife continued her journey in Destiny 1. So thank you to everybody who partook last week in unlocking that. This week I will be out of town though, so the daily talk shows will not be happening. They'll return a week from today. Lono, stop streaming so they can drop the trailer. What's wrong with you? It's my fault. Mega Corporation doesn't care about a couple of YouTubers making videos. Yeah, they don't care. If anything, the waiting rooms, the YouTube videos, the speculation, it just gets more and more people talking and anticipating, you know, when it finally drops. I told people, I was like, there's nothing to cover until they do it anyway. The news cycle is dry. It tends to dry up leading into June. It just does. Because everybody's saving their stuff for the Xbox showcase, a PlayStation State of Play, Summer Game Fest with Jeff Keighley. Like, everybody kind of saves it. Future Game Show, the PC Game Show. So everybody goes kind of quiet anyway. And now it's even worse because people are like, well, any day now, GTA 6 could make the room go dark. They could blot out the sun. They could just drop a trailer in pre-orders. And then that's all anybody talks about. That's all anybody focuses on. It's big news. Like, this is the news cycle right now. This is it. The news cycle is literally waiting for Rockstar and Take-Two to finally do it. GTA news, Herman Hulse firing, Sony old IP announcements. Yeah. I mean, he's not being fired. It was a discussion I had with Colin Moriarty. He thinks he should be fired. King David thinks he should quit. He's like, I'd have quit. He's like, I'd have walked. They both seem to think that Herman Hulse is in some kind of a contract and he's just going to ride his contract to the end. I don't know. Still no trailer. Noon would be as good as time as any. People are saying 1 because of 9 a.m. I don't, or 10. 10 on the West Coast. I just don't know. I think he should be fired as well. Laura Fryer says, I'm surprised with how many comments are saying Mixtape isn't an indie game because of the government grants and Annapurna funding. My understanding is that Beethoven and Dinosaur's previous game, The Artful Escape, had the exact same backing. Outer Wilds was also funded by Annapurna. Maybe my definition is off, so I'm curious what you think. How are you defining indie in 2026? I was thinking it was developers of size and creative control, not money invested. Thoughts? Yeah, basically... Basically, people remove the title of indie arbitrarily. If the company got some money, if they're associated with anybody who has money, they're like, that's not indie. I'm just happy we have you for one more day. I mean, I'm happy to help you guys pass the time one more day. We appreciate it. They're doing texture comparisons from Arkham Knight to Batman. This is funny. So Batman Arkham Knight compared to Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight. They're doing comparisons here. That might be my favorite one. That's good. That's good content. That is good content, bro. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's funny. The thing about the textures and the overall level of detail in the new Lego Batman is something I absolutely didn't expect. Paradoxically, we're dealing with a visual and technical marvel with superb lighting and material treatment. I mean, he's saying it looks good. Like, he's not doing the comparison to be like a jerk. He's doing the comparison to be like, this game looks really good for a Lego game. So, you can spot the differences. I can barely tell the difference, TBH. I'm just going to tweet it. Oh. Almost I'm playing Pragmata on Lunatic. Difficulty to get the platinum and then starting Returnal finally. Man, you're having a generational run going from one great game to the next. Going from one great game to the next. Looks like noon is coming and going, boys, without a blip. Not a single thing. All's quiet. Nothing on the Rockstar Twitter feed. Nothing on the Rockstar YouTube channel. I'm enjoying the hype bit, but this might be the first GTA game I don't get day one. Not a money issue, but its main characters, they don't resonate with me. Jason and Lucia don't resonate with you? How can Mixtape be indie or AAA? It's not even a game. Oh, $2 super chat from Forget Me Not. I think PlayStation replaces Holst first year of the PS6. Yeah, maybe. I would say maybe it depends on the next couple of years. Like if they feel like things, he does a better job, improves things that they wanted to see improved. Like, I don't know. Do you think it's time to worry they're still silent in terms of releasing on time? No, Herman Holst. Strauss Zelnick just did an interview yesterday. He just did an interview yesterday saying that it's basically, did he say set in stone? People are saying he said set in stone. Like, what was the exact phrasing? PlayStation Plus is getting a price increase in select regions for new customers. $10.99 for 1 month, $27.99 for 3 months. What was it previously? What was the $10.99 price point? Wario is reporting this one. Starting May 20th, PlayStation Plus prices for new customers will increase in select regions due to ongoing market conditions. Pricing. What do you mean ongoing market conditions? It's a freaking subservice. The price change does not apply to current subscribers except in Turkey and India unless the existing subscription changes or lapses. It was $9.99, so it's going up by $1. That seems so random. A whole $1? And just for new customers. Game was supposed to be released 18 months ago. I have a thing in my feed. Oh, it's an ad. I was like, what is this? It said, I thought I was autistic. I was wrong. I was like, why is this in my feed? That's such a weird headline. I was like, what the heck kind of headline is that? If I'm a previous customer, I'm not new. Well, like if you know what they mean, right? Like if you are signing up brand new, yeah, you are in their mind, they're gonna charge you the higher price. GJX says, happy Monday, gamers. No GTA 6 trailer, and we got a price raise. F yeah. Welcome to 2026. Everything sucks. Sony bumping the PlayStation Plus prices for new customers. Yeah. $1 more for 1 month, and I don't know what it was bundled, because they usually give you a discount, right? Because if it was $9.99 and then 3 months would be $30, if you buy 3 months bundled, it's $28. So what was it before? Was it like $27? I don't know. I don't follow the sub pricing on any of this stuff. I didn't even follow the sub pricing on the one time they raised it on an Xbox. I didn't even pay much attention to it, but the second time they did it, I was like, well, I'm canceling because I don't use it enough. Like when they bumped it to 30, that's why it was too much. I usually only drop like the TV ones if we don't really use it anymore, which is unfortunate because it's like my kids used all of them. I have some leaks, personally leaked and found by me. You might want to get that checked out, dude. And call the doctor pronto. Theory. Sony told them to wait until after they announce this so that they will forget when the trailer drops. So Sony's like, can you do us a solid? Can you hold off? We got to announce our price hike, dude. You drop that trailer afterwards. Ain't nobody going to be paying attention to this dollar. Try depends. Yeah. I found them in the Rockstar game files, believe me or not. Okay. Yeah. You make a very convincing case. I mean, that's a pretty compelling argument, guys. We're most likely not getting GTA trailer or pre-orders. It stands to reason that 1 o'clock is, I think 1 o'clock's like last call for alcohol. Like, after that, I don't, yeah. He did say to believe him. He did. I have pictures but cannot send them on here. Well, couldn't you post them on Twitter? And give us your Twitter handle? You know? And we could go and see what you got. You know? See, I can't figure it out, dude. Not happening. Incredible Black. I really feel like you're hoping it's not today and tomorrow out of spite. You know what I'm saying? It's okay. It's okay. There's no GTA 6 pre-orders date, leaks, or trailer. 3. So what's the bold headline border for your YouTube channel? Huh? I could go with reading comprehension levels are at an all-time low. I could try dumb people don't know they're dumb. There were a couple others I almost went with this morning. Yeah. Tomorrow when I'm off and Taco Tuesday. It's always Taco Tuesday. What's so special about tomorrow's Tuesday? If you ever feel dumb, just look at the comments on this stream. It makes me feel like a genius. Hey. Reading all your predictions. People are just having fun. You don't need to be rude, Jai Plays. People are just having fun. You think it's over? What do they drop GTA 7 trailer on the 1st and then GTA 6 third trailer? You know, I've heard some wild theories today. I think I might agree with Jai Plays about feeling smarter reading stupid theories in chat. Maybe I was too hard on Jai Plays reading that theory that you just put out there. I think I was a little too hard on you, Jai. We have some idiots among us. We ain't getting says the nice Maine. If you ask me, I'll probably say mid-September for the beginning of October is when we're probably going to get trailer 3. You think they're going to wait until 2 or 3 months before the game comes out? You think they say nothing until that point in time? That's bold prediction. That is bold. That would be a bold strategy for them to be like, what? We're not saying anything. May 26th is the official date. We're not getting anything tomorrow. I think people are hyping it too much. May 26th is the official date. Oh, you mean the former official date? Like the previous release date? I mean, yeah, they could be playing a bit of a game. and they drop the trailer and the pre-order thing. I mean, they could drop it next week, like as a joke. Like, hey, May 26th. You know, there's a lot of people that are going to be talking about how that was the original date for GTA 6's release date. They're the same picture. Thank you, Chrono. I'm glad people are getting the joke about Batman. DLSS is off. That's right. That's right. Somebody turned DLSS off. That's why Batman looks like that. Guys, on the PS5 store, it says that GTA 6 is releasing November the 19th, 2026 at 12 a.m. Eastern for pre-orders. So you can... I don't understand what you're saying. You're saying you can pre-order it the day that it comes out? Late night with Lono. You need to stop, Hadigan. This needs to stop. Okay? This hasn't been published yet, so I don't know why you're sharing this in the Discord. Okay, we put a lot of work into this. We put a lot of time into Late Night with Lono. I also like how I'm huge, dude. Look at my hands. Look how tall I am. This is like the Bizarro Universe version of Lono. You know, Strauss is like, man, you're tall. You're tall, homie. I'm like, I'm sitting on some phone books, Strauss. That's my secret. Mm-hmm. I just got followed by somebody on Twitter. This seems like a totally real account. Yep. It's 100% real. Every post is about their OnlyFans. That's got to be a real account. Get somebody that looks at you like Lona looks at that guy. That's right. Hey, I subscribed so I could chat. How's the stream going, man? You know, it's going okay. I mean, Incredible Black's here, so it could be better. Who knows? We still possibly could get trailer 3 in pre-orders today. It could happen on the 21st, but if it doesn't happen, it probably won't get anything this month. I just don't understand how you get your wires crossed and run like a potential campaign 18th to the 21st. You know what I mean? Hang in there, sport. All right, listen, Incredible Black. You need to slow down, okay? I don't throw around the word fam, you know, or like unk. You know what I'm saying? I stay in my lane. I think I need you to do the same. You can't throw around, you can't call me sport or pal or turbo or buddy. You know what I mean? Or guy. Get a little of this guy. You know what I mean? I stay in my lane. I think you need to stay in your lane. You know what I'm saying? We just need to stop before something bad happens. That's Mr. Blackest Snape to you, sir. I mean, y'all have some new Halloween options. I mean, thank the show for that. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can show up at Halloween this year. And who are you? What do you mean? I'm Snape. I was Morpheus in high school. Same costume. And now I'm Snape. It was just super easy. Busted out the big trench coat. Harry Potter's putting us back on the map. You know? We gonna bust out our Morpheus costumes one more time. You just need a wand. You know? At least I didn't give him a Jerry curl. I mean, you know, you're gonna have to figure out how to flat iron that. I don't know. or just buy a wig. You want to go to the front yard and toss the ball around a bit, sport? That's like Baron Noon doing American accents. It's so funny. Gee, many Christmas. PlayStation Plus just got increased. Yeah, I think they're bumping it by like $1 for new customers. I don't understand. They're saying because of global market conditions. It's a sub-service. What are you talking about? Don't blame the market conditions on your sub-service going up, Sony. Like, come on. You see the AI-generated Drip Wars videos? I've seen more than I ever need to of AI videos of Black Snake. I've probably seen more of that than I'll see of the show. You know what I mean, dude? I'm clocked almost a couple hours here, you know? Trailer 3, third time's a charm. Let's try it. Excuse me. I know this is off topic, but do you have any tips for streaming? I mean, no, streaming sucks, bro. Yeah, don't do it. That's my tips for streaming. It's freaking terrible. No, one of the best ways to practice for streaming is to make videos, like make uploads. That's probably your best inroad to practicing. Because just straight up streaming now, a lot of my advice in the past, the market was different. I think the receptibility to new streamers was different. So, you gonna watch Odyssey? No. Before even we got into weird casting decisions, I thought it looked terrible, the one trailer. I was like, this looks like a bunch of people cosplaying. I don't know, dude. Nolan might be finally tipping over. The dude has such an amazing track record, but I don't know. Everybody tips over one day. The head gets too big and shoop. I don't know. I thought the trailer looked terrible. It literally looks like everybody's LARPing. I was like, what is this? Is this it looks like a comic book convention. It's like everybody looks like they're dressing up as characters. I don't know. It just doesn't. I don't know what happened. So, you have to like streaming to begin with. If you're forcing it, it will show. In the realm of content creation, okay, there's a spectrum, right? You can get into like writing articles, blogs, writing reviews. Some of these guys do Twitter pretty well. They got pretty big followings, and they like write reviews and they they're tweeting, and okay, so you're writing. So that's not easy, but I would say on the spectrum that's probably the easiest. Does that make sense? And then you move from that to like a podcast. Like you could just kind of like sit down and talk with your buddies and like record it, and it's not live, and like you could do like a podcast. And then there's like uploads. Maybe you make a video every now and again, and you get like a camera and a microphone, and you just kind of talk. Then you get into like high edited, high effort uploads, right? And then all the way over here, I think the hardest content creation environment to flourish in and to do well in is live streaming. I think it is the most difficult because there's just such a limited skill set of like convergence there that most people just don't have. Like the idea of like really entertaining people that can also play a game, that's extremely rare. That's why these guys kind of break out and are huge. I think those tend to be the best cocktail. Like you end up with moments like Burnt Peanut, and in the past you ended up with moments like Dr. Disrespect, or even Ninja. Now you might have opinions on how entertaining they are. That's preference. That's fine. You don't have to like them, but they were clearly good at the games as well as good at entertaining an audience. Okay. If you're like me and you're not known for gameplay, like I'm never going to be seen as like some top shelf gamer. It just isn't going to be the case. Like I help people with raids in Destiny, but that had more to do with like organization and like leading a team and not necessarily being like a godlike player. So if you're going to try and do more of the realm of like what I'm doing and others do, I just don't think there's an inroad. I think it's incredibly hard. We struggle with this in our own, our own efforts, that, having non-drama, non-toxic, adult, mature conversations, that's not really in demand right now. Like the meta right now is like toxic reaction and fighting. Like you see like the biggest people are doing political stuff, cultural stuff. They're reacting to each other. They're kind of like making fun of each other, fighting. It's almost like the tabloid version of it's like streaming as a tabloid kind of a thing. And I'm not knocking it or criticizing it. I know that people find it entertaining, right? And I know that there's a lot of money to be made if you enjoy that or you're willing to create that kind of content. So I'm not even being judgmental, but that's kind of the meta right now. If you want to be drama based or lie based, you can really take off. Yeah, if you don't really have any qualms with like doing drama or like, being just straight up dishonest, I mean, you could probably explode. If you're willing to do the political thing or the cultural thing, I think that's just that's a short road though, because the sands will shift and then people will get tired of it and they'll move on to something else. So, yeah. So I think streaming is probably the most difficult, because you have to be like high energy. You have to be able to read the chat. You have to be able to think quick on your feet. You can't have a lot of dead air. You got to be able to go back and forth. You can't get too angry. You can't get too salty or too tilted or too frustrated, because then, people will they'll get turned off by that. They won't like that. They're like, oh, this guy's kind of a jerk, and that it can feel very high stress. It's something I've continued to work on, because like I can get kind of irritated and get kind of snippy with people, and it's because the environment itself can be kind of stressful. Like if the numbers aren't good that day, if things aren't doing well, or somebody's being argumentative, or the chat's getting hijacked or dislodged from where you kind of wanted it to go, it can be really, really difficult to not have that create like a salty, unpleasant moment. Where you kind of bite somebody's head off. Like I certainly am always trying to not do that. I like to do it in an entertaining way if I'm going to do it, so it's more lighthearted. I don't know. I think live streaming is just going to continue to evolve and change shape over time. That makes it very, very hard to get into it and to do it well. So we had an opportunity a while ago. I could have leaned pretty heavily into cultural commentary and political stuff, and like, I have a faith and a background that we could have done something with it. But I think again we would have dealt with the same problem of like not wanting to be hyperbolic, not wanting to be drama centric or misleading, and that tends to, if you're trying to be a little bit more calm and a little bit more moderate, it just doesn't work well in that environment. I do enjoy you roasting the brain dead viewers. Yeah, I know people like it. So you appreciate that. I think there's a lot of fun to be had making content. Do it as a hobby. Make stuff that you enjoy making. Make content that you can be critical of, right? Make content that you would watch. I think that's one of the best ways to critique your own work. Like watch the video and be like, hey, would I watch this? That gives you things to improve on. Because like if you go back and watch your own video in a sober mind and you're not all excited about the cool intro that you came up with or something like that, and you're actually being analytical and critical of your own content, you can give yourself action points for improvement. Like you can look and say, okay, would I watch this video? And if the answer is no, and say, okay, well, what would make me watch it? And then you write those things down, and then you implement those as action items in your content. Maybe you need to talk faster. Maybe you need to pause less. Maybe you need to stop saying Maybe you need to create more intrigue and interest in the first 30 seconds. Those types of things, I think, will then give you action items to improve upon. So just do it for fun initially, because if you enter this landscape hoping to make it and to be successful, it's just incredibly difficult. And you can have big breakout moments and people that just kind of explode onto the scene. That's, I think, becoming more and more rare. And even that is not really a format, because that'll just make you kind of like how we talk about like trend chasing within live service, and how it doesn't work, right? Like the trend chase doesn't work. Everything looking like Fortnite doesn't work. Well, a bunch of people come out and do, VTubing as food now because burnt peanut took off. Well, the problem is that's a fundamental misunderstanding of why the burnt peanut took off. Burnt peanut didn't take off because he was a peanut, right? He could be streaming as the stinky magic marker, and his little avatar could be a magic marker. It doesn't matter what the VTube character was, right? He is just a natural. It's just a God-given talent to be that quick on your feet and that entertaining. Part of it's personality. Part of it's like he's probably been the guy cutting up and making jokes in his friend group for a long time. And, he could be anything. And I think people started doing VTubing as food. They're like, oh, well, I'm the such and such asparagus, or I'm the such and such, potato. And then there was the obvious, more cringy example, which was the faithful sheriff, where he like literally was just a peanut. And that ends up just not working. That ends up backfiring every time. So I think the thing that Burnt Peanut puts on display within the streaming world is that when you have an entertaining and captivating personality, if you can combine that with a POV and an identity, you've got yourself a recipe for potential success. Because you really need to have that. Like, his entire POV and identity is he's a peanut, right? So there's obviously like lore and jokes and stuff to be made. But I think something that he excels at is good vibes. It's always good vibes. If he's angry, he tries to make it entertaining. If they're arguing and bickering as a group, they try to make it entertaining. Like, everybody orbiting around him is benefiting from his outlook on streaming, which is extremely difficult to make things positive, to make things funny, to make things entertaining, because so much can go wrong in a stream like that. So, whether it's lag, or you just get outplayed, or whatever. So, I think the people that orbit around him are becoming better at that. They're becoming better streamers. And if anything, he snaps them out of it. Like, I've seen clips where they're like all bickering and they're all arguing. It's the typical every streamer's yelling and it's somebody else's fault. And then he just kind of does a bit, and he'll be like, I think we should all do, positive affirmations, or, whatever. Or he'll be like, I don't know what you're talking about. Or he'll do the sorry boss, sorry boss. Like, it's hard to keep yelling at him, when he's doing sorry boss. I'm telling you, he just has the gift. He just has the gift. I don't even know how much of it's character, because I've done a character, and that takes a ridiculous amount of more energy and work. So much of what he does, I think, then the reason it works is because the energy that he's using is just to keep himself kind of going and upbeat. I don't think he's making like a concerted effort to be the peanut. I think, his head movements and stuff, sure. But DP Sage with $5 super chat says, how do you feel on the Chud the Builder guy who abuses the platform and harasses people? Yeah, I mean, I have said for a very long time, like, I'm not going to get into analyzing everything he's ever done and, like, suddenly bring down the fury and anger of his audience, because they're obviously upset or whatever. I have said for a very long time that platforms should not be allowing people to go into public and make content out of messing with people in the public. I think when you mess with fast food workers, you go through the drive-thru and you mess with them, or you mess with the guy that's just trying to work the cashier. The cash register. I think when you go into the public and that's the content, I think platforms should have a policy against that. Like, we don't want to support and platform content that is disruptive to the public, whether or not you want to say, but my free speech. That doesn't matter. They don't have to give you a platform. They don't. Whether it's, Twitch or YouTube or TikTok, they don't have to give you a platform. You can go and do whatever you want. That's right. You have your free speech. There's consequences, obviously, if you go and start a riot, or you encourage people to break the windows on a building. If you incite violence, or if you yell fire in a crowded building or whatever. There's consequences for you doing those things. But none of these platforms owe you a platform. Yeah, he got arrested. He's facing heavy jail time for what he did. Yeah. He shot a guy. Because the whole bit was, do you believe in free speech? They would say yes. He would say the N-word, and then they would get into an argument. And he would literally try to get people very upset with him. The whole point was to get people upset with him. That was the whole bit. That was the whole shtick. And then got into an altercation with a guy, and shot him, claiming self-defense. But it's like, obviously, I don't think it's going to go that way. And anybody that does that, I would never, I'm not going to try and single somebody out. Like, obviously, his thing is making, like, major headline news. But I've seen plenty of these bits where they go in and they mess with the person in the drive-thru, or they mess with the person running the cash register. And I'm like, that shouldn't be content. It shouldn't be. The public is not here for your abuse and amusement. I just don't think that should be allowed. I think that should be deplatformed. I don't even know if anybody wasn't the only platform he was on was Kick. I don't even know if he was on any other platform. The Johnny Somali guy he's in deep trouble over there in I believe he's in Korea. Yeah, there were people that were doing it as tourists too. They were going to other countries and doing it, and that guy is learning a very life. I mean, he's dealing with a life altering lesson. Like, his life is pretty much over because he wanted to go over to another country and be obnoxious and film it. Oh, he got booted from Kick. Yeah, I don't think platforms should platform these people. I don't. If you're going to literally grab a camera and you're going to go into the public and you're going to mess with people, whether you harass them, scare them, prank them, I just don't think that should be content. I think that should be well outside of TOS. You're basically making money. You're monetizing harassment a lot of the times. They're just harassing people. Whether it's like, especially like somebody who's working, like a fast food worker or somebody, running the cash register or something. Like, I don't know. It's like, what are we doing here? Why are you monetizing that? I don't think that's not a legitimate way to make content and to make a living. He tried to go to other platforms and he would get banned real quick. He was streaming on some crypto site. Oh, okay. Yeah. For anybody to be platforming something like that, you're running the risk of losing advertisers if you're going to platform somebody doing that. Like, I remember seeing the footage and the content, and I was like, this isn't going to last. I was like, this cannot last. This is heading for absolute trouble, And thank goodness it wasn't fatal, because it's like, that's what I thought was going to happen. I thought it was going to go one direction or the other. Either he was going to be fatally, wounded, or he was going to fatally wound somebody else. And it's like, making the public unsafe. Well, that's exactly why it shouldn't be allowed. You're monetizing, as a platform, you're monetizing and incentivizing somebody going into the public and again, in this case, making it unsafe. Stirring up trouble, stirring up fights, and potentially, feeling like, well, I had to defend myself. Yeah, and if anybody nearby was harmed, imagine being at the park with your family and losing your child or your wife because some guy is doing that. I mean, that would be the rage you would feel. It's like it wasn't like it wasn't an instance where something bad was happening and it was an accident. It was like, you are inciting this. You're trying to make this happen. That would just be the anger you would feel would be indescribable. Do platforms face liability for hosting this type of content? Well, I don't know about liability, but they certainly could lose advertisers. Right? Punisher lore drop, right. Like, they could certainly lose advertisers. Advertisers are going to be like, hey, we don't want to be associated with that kind of thing. That's usually one of the ways this sort of thing gets stopped, is advertisers start to say, hey, that's ridiculous what that guy's doing. We don't want to be a part of that. That would happen. There was a streamer who would go around and he would basically bait people into arguments, and even I think he genuinely wanted people to try to fight him and attack him. He would say, do you believe in free speech? They would say yes, and then he would say the N-word, and then they would obviously, most of the time they'd get upset, and then he would film the whole interaction. And so clips were going viral of him saying, the whole point was, I'm going to say offensive things and upset people. And then he got into an altercation with a guy and he shot the guy, and now he's facing 50-something years in prison if he's found guilty of what he's being charged with. So, and I have said, even before he blew up on the scene, even before he kind of blew up and went viral, I have said platforms should not allow content that the purpose of the content is to harass people in the public. When people go through the drive-thru and they mess with the person in the drive-thru, or they mess with the person who's just trying to work their shift or whatever, or they're standing around in Walmart and they're like throwing stuff at people. I do not think that should be on platforms. The platform should say, no, that is not allowed. We're not going to platform content like that. I get furious when I see it. I get absolutely furious when I see people, messing with some poor, person in the drive-thru they're just trying to get through their dadgum day. Like, they're literally working a shift and they're just trying to pay their way through life, and you're making money off of messing with them. So I'm Tennessee, 1117 to him right now. Need to go to Memphis with that. It doesn't really matter where you go. Clips were going viral at such a degree and at such a rate. I was like, this guy's either going to understand he's pushing it too far. He's going to have a brush with death, and he's going to be like, maybe I shouldn't be doing this. There was even like a stream and stuff where he was like saying how I don't know, it looked like he wasn't in a good place. Like, his family wasn't talking with him. Like, it kind of felt like his life was falling apart. What about pre-recorded content and the person agrees to showing the interaction? I would need to know what the content is, though, because again, I don't like the idea of going into the public and your sole intention is to mess with people in the public. If afterwards they're like, okay, that was pretty funny, ha ha, you can post it. There are harmless pranks that people do in the public. There's like the guys that'll like roll a soccer ball at somebody, and they'll have like a net, or they'll roll the red carpet at somebody. I think there are things people do in the public that is in like the harmless category, or everybody can walk away and be like, hey, that was pretty funny. That's not the same as like messing with a fast food worker or messing with an employee at a place, and basically wasting their time or harassing them. I think that's different. Like, there was the guy that like filmed himself trying to sit in on an employee meeting in a McDonald's. You're just being a jerk. You're just going in and disrupting that meeting, and you're wasting their time. I mean, it's funny, and I've watched them and I've kind of laughed, but I also don't like the ones where like they film themselves calling in to a place where they don't work, saying they can't come in for their first shift, and like they're just wasting some poor manager's time. Like, you know what I mean? Like that manager's just trying to get through their workday. They're just trying to get to their next thing, and you're wasting their time on the phone, like pranking them. Be like, oh, I can't come into work today. And it's like, it's funny when you watch it, but then when you actually think about it, you're like, you just wasted that 20 minutes of that person's time, 10 minutes, however long they get them to stay on the phone. And it's like, and they get all upset, they get all irritated, and it's like, I don't know. I don't like it either. Suspicious kindness does pranks great. Yeah, there's the guys that do, they give people money and if you're gonna monetize something, I have mixed feelings about monetizing altruism as well, like giving money to random people or paying for random people's groceries. You know what I mean? And like monetizing it. So like when you see somebody do that, like there's all these sweet old people at checkout and like somebody goes up and pays for them and like they're bewildered and then they're happy and then they might cry. Turning that into content, I don't know. I don't feel good about it. Like when I break away from the emotional impact it has on me, because you're watching it in the moment and you're like, oh, this poor sweet old woman, oh, that's so sweet. And then you're like, wait a minute. Why are we watching this? Like we're watching this person that didn't really have an opportunity to consent to this moment. Right? Like you just did it. I don't know. There's the guy who acts really bizarre and he says he has wealth guilt or whatever it is, and he acts really goofy and he gives people money. He's like, "What you got there, bud? What you got there, bud?" And he acts really funny and real goofy and he talks really funny. I would watch his stuff and it always made me feel a little weird, and then I saw him do it to somebody that we know personally, and it made me feel very like I didn't like it. Because the gentleman was older and he was confused and he didn't know why this guy was talking to him. You know, he probably even for a moment felt a little unsafe. Like, is this person trying to mess with me? Is this person trying to fight me? I don't know why this guy's randomly talking to me in a very aggressive way. And then he gave him money or whatever, helped him pay for something. And then the guy said, give the rest of the money to somebody else. And when I saw it happening to somebody that I knew personally, I was like, yeah, I just don't know about this. I don't know. There's something parasitic about it. I don't know. And like at the end of the day, it's like, oh, but you gave money to people and it was kind. And it was like, yeah, but it really feels laced with parasitic. It just feels like a parasite. I don't know. Like you're draining, you're taking their emotion for money, like I'm going to manipulate this person in this moment and make them feel a bunch of things and they're going to cry or have this emotional response and I'm going to make money off of it. I don't know. It makes me feel conflicted. Like the more I watch it and the more I remember that somebody's holding the camera and this is all planned and this is all set up, the more I feel weird about it. Because you're like, that's just some random old lady, in a grocery store. Like, I don't know. If there was no content, they wouldn't be charitable. Yeah, because the one thing was like, this is true wealth. And I'm like, no, true wealth would be doing it and never turning it into content because you don't need to get anything out of it. Like that's wealth. You know what I mean? Just like doing it and no one ever knows that you're doing it. Well, I think we're nearing the end of the potential window here, boys. 1 o'clock Eastern is probably the end of the road. Again, at this point, I don't even think it would be pre-orders. It would just be a trailer. Now, somebody was saying that past games had pre-orders going live at like random times in the day. So... Man. Sorry. Sneeze attack. Plus the other person could be in on the act. Oh, there's a whole another side of all of this, and it's, bless you, sir, thank you. It's the fake encounters. There's like a whole other side to it where it's like they do these scripted things, and it's like those are usually easier to spot. They are. There are some people being creative with it. There was the one that kept showing up on TikTok, and she like throws her coffee on the guy's like windshield, and she's acting like a Karen or whatever. And he's like, "You did not just do that. You did not just put coffee." She's like, "It's not coffee," and it's an ad. It's actually pretty funny. Like it's not terrible if you're gonna do a bit, you know. It at least was a pretty good bit, but yeah. I think I know the guy you're talking about. My wife hates his voice. Yeah, I forget his name, but yeah, he acts really, really strange. And I think he makes people nervous. It's I don't even think it's not a race thing or anything like that. It's just he makes people nervous because he acts very strange. Like if I was at the store with my kids and I was unfamiliar with him, or if my wife was at the store with my kids and he came up to my wife and was acting like that, it would make my wife and kids feel very uneasy. Like, what is this guy doing? Like we've talked to our kids about, like, you know, we don't preemptively judge people by what they look like, but it's how they're acting. Are they acting in an unpredictable way? Are they acting in a way that seems unsafe? Because we don't want them to start to have, like, you know, baked in prejudices. But it's like you will literally be at the store or walking through a parking lot and you'll see somebody and they're acting strange. They're acting unpredictable. They're acting unsafe. If he came up and he started acting like that, that's exactly what my kids would think. Like, this guy's not safe. Why is he acting this way? He's acting strange. That's his name, like Damon Darling. Yeah, it's something like that. And if he did that to my wife, I know for a fact it would bother me. I'd be like, "Yo, you're making her and the kids feel unsafe. You're acting strange." Like, I know you think it's funny and it's like a bit, and like you end up giving people money. I don't think that justifies like randomly making people feel uncomfortable. Like, whoa, why is this guy acting this way? You know what I mean? It's just like, I don't know. When I saw him doing it to somebody that I knew personally, it made me feel very different about it. You watched an episode of the Beast Games, most dystopian crap I've ever seen. I've not seen anything from it, like, at all. Lord Adrian is funny doing WWE in public. I mean, I think there's just a line. I think the line is like, do you do it in a way where the entire time the other person's able to enjoy it and laugh or be a part of the gag, right? You know, if not, you know, Damon Dark's dope AF. He seems genuine and cool, but like I don't know if he sees it through the eyes of the people that he's doing it to. Because again, I saw him do it to somebody that I know, an older gentleman that we know personally, and I did not like it. I did not like it at all. I was like, he was confused. He didn't know what was going on. You're using this old man for content. Like, I don't know. There's a whole thing happening now with that kind of content, and it just, I don't know. There's something about it that I don't like. What's the bit? He goes up to people in grocery stores or stores, and they're usually older, or maybe he can kind of tell they're down on their luck, like they kind of carry themselves in a way where they might not have a lot of money. And he has like the guilt of having lots of wealth. And so he'll go up and he'll strike up a conversation with them, but he does it in a way that is he acts very bizarre. again, like I'm imagining my wife being at the grocery store with our 2 kids, and if a man walked up to her and acted this way, she would try to avoid him, and she wouldn't do it. Be like, oh, I don't feel safe. There's a black man. It'd be like, no, this man's acting weird. This man's acting strange. And we've taught our kids, like, if someone's acting strange or unpredictable, avoid them, because you don't know what they might be doing. We don't know why they're acting that way. Are they not mentally well? Are they on drugs? Right? Yeah, his name's Damon, something like Damon Darling or whatever. And I thought his stuff was pretty funny and entertaining. And then again, I saw him do it to a man that I know, and I didn't like it. I was like, yeah, I don't like this. This poor old man's just trying to shop, and you're making him feel a little uneasy, and you're making him feel confused. Like old people, especially as they get up in age, it's easy to confuse them. It's easy for them to feel unsafe because they're constantly having people trying to take advantage of them. They're getting these stupid, spam calls all the time. There's all these scams that try to take advantage of old folks. It's like it's very easy to make them feel scared and unsafe. And I mean, I know this firsthand because we spend quite a bit of time helping and leaning in and ministering to people that are in our proximity that are older. And it's like, if I saw an older person that I knew, and cared for going through that, it would make me angry. I'd be like, hey, leave them alone. Like, you know what I'm saying? If you just want to randomly walk up and be kind, okay. But to go up and act weird and to make them feel like, wait, what's going on? I don't understand what's happening. I don't know. He calls all the older women Meemaw. Yeah. I've seen him kind of entertaining on the screen in person. I'd probably end up in jail with the antics. Yeah, you try it and see what happens. Lono throwing hands. No, I wouldn't throw hands. I would say, yo, leave him alone. You know what I mean? I don't know. He's doing it for himself. I mean, he's honest about that. He's doing it for himself. He's not doing it for them. He's doing it for him. He has the guilt of having lots of wealth, and then he films it, and then he publishes the content. It's for him. It's not for them. That's the other thing about it. It's like, you didn't do that for that old man. That was nothing to you. You gave him $50. You know what I mean? You didn't do it for them. You did it for you. And again, yeah, he approaches people. It's a bit like he's like almost like in character. And again, the first couple times I saw it, I thought it was funny. I thought it was entertaining. And then I saw him do it to somebody I know, and I was like, I don't like this. I don't think this is funny or entertaining anymore. As soon as it got close in proximity with me personally, I was like, nope, I don't like this. This is not funny. Well, I would have put belt to, but no, I would not. I would just be like, hey man, I don't know what your deal is. I don't know what you're doing, but I think you need to back up. You need to leave them alone. Whether it's an older person, like again, if it was my wife and kids, it would not make me happy. I'm like, why are you messing with my family? You giving them money at the end doesn't make it different. It doesn't change the fact that you messed with them, that you made my kids feel uneasy or unsafe, or an older person feel uneasy or unsafe. You know what I mean? I don't know. I think his camera guy does things with DoorDash where they deliver it to him and he puts it across his yard in front of the driver. Huh? I don't think I've seen that. The ones I've seen, he's usually like in a grocery store, or like in the one case he was in like an Old Navy or something, and he just goes up. Oh, he kicks the food. That doesn't sound like Damon. I don't think I've ever seen him like punt food. I don't know. I'm not like being judgmental. It's within that realm of content where like you're going into the public and you're messing with people. You're monetizing other people's lives. And because they're in the public, they don't really even have an opportunity to consent. It's just like, well, they're in the public, so you don't actually have a right there's no reasonable right to privacy when you're in the public. You're going to get filmed or photographed potentially. I don't know. I think sometimes it's done in a good spirit and it's funny and everybody can laugh. From the very beginning to the very end of it, people are like, oh, that was pretty funny. That was entertaining. You know. There's the worst instances are where they're messing with the people working. Those ones make me the most angry. It's like, leave these people alone. They're just trying to get through their shift. Charles Hawk with $5 super chat. When I worked in the hospital, we had to keep explaining to the older patients what we were doing. Seniors get timid. Yes, they do. They do. My last living grandparent is in her 90s, and she's convinced all these things are happening in like the senior care facility where she lives. She's convinced of things that were like, no, that's not going on, and she's convinced. So again, you know, to older folks in a grocery store or a store or whatever, you think it's funny to go mess with them and to like act silly or goofy or weird, but then like you give them money at the end and it's like, yeah, but for 5 or 10 minutes they are totally like, wait, what's happening? Like, why am, you know what I mean? I don't know. The guy yelling the restaurant slogans is funny but annoying. Yeah. That's just like main character syndrome in overdrive. That kind of content drives me crazy too. And people and some people think it's funny and they laugh and they'll like fist bump him or whatever. But again, it's just like, I don't know. Going into a place of business and being disruptive and loud for content, I don't know. It just we're encouraging just weird. We're just encouraging very weird behavior by letting people make a ton of money with that kind of content. GTA any minute now? I don't know, boys. I don't know. I think if it doesn't happen tomorrow, I think maybe Tom Henderson's right. If they don't do it at least tomorrow, then I think Tommy Hendy's right. Like, I think they're gonna it's gonna be after the summer or near the end of summer. Noon Central on a Monday, doubt. Yeah. DAs need to start bringing charges for criminal mischief. They should allow victims to sue for YouTube revenue. You sign off and 4 seconds later, boom, GTA 6 trailer. Yeah. Mike Straw found it. I saw that wired rope. Says, I found the new GTA 6 trailer. It's very funny, Mike. Very funny. You bamboozle us again. They're just waiting for you to wrap up for the day. And like as soon as he says, see y'all later. Yeah, they'll publish it. That would end it so much quicker. Well, I think most of these people that do it, I think that they do get permission from the person. Hey, is it okay if I publish this? Right? I think a lot of the guys, to their credit, probably say, hey, if you don't want me to publish this, I won't publish it. You know, if the encounter maybe isn't that great, or if a significant portion of the encounter the person is confused or maybe even a little bit irritable, that might be like, yeah, I'd really rather you not publish that. You know, That's not something I'm, there was one I saw this morning. They sent an old lady into like a pawn shop with Pokemon cards, and they went in and like browbeat the guy because he was gonna give her like $350 or whatever for a card that was worth like $5,000. And the guy went in the back and like quickly looked, and saw that the card clearly was worth a lot of money. And so they went and they give this guy all this grief. And it's like, he's taking advantage of a little old lady. I was like, yeah, probably not a great guy. You just made content proving that a guy running a pawn shop's not on the up and up. Like, wow. What a stunning report. What a stunning report. Well, it's 101, boys. It's 101. Not a post. Not a post. So, I don't know. I don't necessarily feel like holding out all the way until market close. That'd be another 2 hours. Because if they don't drop it by 3, there's just no reason to drop it. I would think they would want to at least have it drop and impact market, the stock market. Guy running a pawn shop is in fact running a pawn shop. News at 11. Yeah. Yeah. I was like, oh wow, you guys really got him. Yeah. The guy running the pawn shop was going to give her, $350 for a card that was worth a lot of money. Taking advantage of her. She doesn't know what she has, and it's like, okay, she's old, and she doesn't know that like pawn shops, that's kind of how they work. Like, she's the one going to the pawn shop. she doesn't have a relative, she doesn't have a friend, she doesn't have anybody she could call. Like, come on, it was stupid. To be honest, 6 months for pre-orders is a long time. For a game this size, I don't necessarily think so. Like, starting the marketing and the push like 6 months beforehand, I don't know. It made sense to me. So, yeah. I don't necessarily think it's worth our time to sit here for another 2 hours, because we're leaving tomorrow. Like, I got things I could do. I could pack and stuff. There's nothing left for me to do because we're not doing any shows or any content or anything while I'm gone. What's this? Superman's in a comic called Action Comics #1. It's got to be fake. Yeah, this isn't worth anything. So if you guys haven't hit like, go ahead and go crazy on the like button. Not a bad send off to the week. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. If it happens tomorrow, I don't know what I'll do with that. If like I said, I'm going to bring my stuff. I could watch it and do a react, and we could upload it, and just so that we are commentating on it. You're leaving today and you haven't packed? No. I'm not. We're not leaving today. But I would not be streaming if we were leaving today. Yeah. Or I would have basically been like, I would have shut down probably 2 hours ago. Lono signs off at 105. Rockstar tweets at 106. I had a backup thumbnail that I was going to switch to if it dropped to react. I'll just have to change it because I don't want to have the exact same thumbnail. I'll go change it just in case. If they drop it in the next couple of hours, I'll obviously be checking the feeds. And if they do, we'll go back live and we'll do the thing. We'll watch it, we'll react to it, we'll hang out, we'll be excited. So I'll be keeping an eye on it, and I'll go live. So this is a great reason to be in the Discord. It's a great reason to be a member. If you guys have never considered doing a membership, that's a great way to be plugged in, especially when I'm like, I don't take lots of trips, but like weekends, evenings, when I'm not live, it's a great way to stay into contact with me and the community. So you can click join, or you can sub on Twitch. For $5 a month, you get to be more connected to what we do here. So you're basically perpetually connected to the community and me. as for that $5 a month. And that is how I do this full time. And we did hit a nice milestone today of 60,000 subscribers. So on upwards and onwards to the next milestone of 75,000, and then onwards to 100,000 subscribers. So hopefully we can kind of turn that around. We were kind of cruising there for a couple years, and then last year we took a big hit from something, and this year's been a little bit better. So appreciate everybody who hit subscribe and hit like and has done memberships and support. And again, you can use the Discord command in chat, or there's a Discord description below, discord.gg/ReforgeTV. And I can promise you GTA 7 will release when I'm 80. Yes, we will all be playing GTA 7 together in the nursing home. So, all right, keep your eyes on Twitter. Keep your eyes on the Discord, just in case. Probably not happening, but yeah. Have a great week without me. You know, Erica's in the chat. Sub to her. You can sub to Chrono. You can sub to Ginger. You can sub to all the other people that we are aligned with and make content with, and you can watch them and their content this week. So we appreciate you guys, and I'll see you in a week. I'll be back in a week. Obviously, there'll be stuff on the channel, or maybe some thrown together live streams while I'm gone if we really feel like it's worth it. So, but most of the time, that is not what I do when I'm away. That's very unusual for me to do that. So, appreciate you guys. Yeah, I'm gone. I'll be back a week from today. Streams will resume. Now, if there is that random state of play on Sunday next week, we'll obviously co-stream it because I'll be back. But yeah, streams will resume 1 week from today. All right? You guys have a great week without me, and I'll see you when I get back.